What's up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Monday to you all. A DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. We appreciate you tuning in and making us a part of your start if you're already up and at it, whether you are listening on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM, streaming us up online at sportstalk1051.com, WAYYradio.com. You've got your smart devices like your Alexa devices you can stream up on. You've got the Wisco Sports App. Download that, take it on the go. Also, the video stream on YouTube, rocking and rolling. We've got the Shoe Doctors bullpen line. You can join in on the conversation, 715-830-1912, or join in on the Section 105 chat room. But hopefully all had a fantastic 4th of July weekend. And, well, we've got a few things we've got to catch up on and discuss here this morning. First off, Brewers picking up a series win against the Arizona Diamondbacks after their win yesterday to take the series. But something else that we got to talk about with the Brew Crew, Brandon Woodruff. Brandon Woodruff back on the injured list for similar injury to what he had suffered earlier on in the season that caused him to miss 6 weeks, inflamed labrum. So now, at this point in time in the season, as we are inching closer and closer maybe to the trade deadline, obviously a guy like Skubal has been talked a lot about as a potential target, maybe more so from a wishful thinking standpoint for a lot of people. But now with the latest injury to one Brandon Woodruff and assuming that it will be a similar timeline until he's back, does it, in your opinion, does it make it more imperative, more important for the Brewers to maybe be aggressive at the trade deadline to acquire another starting pitcher of maybe a Skubal or maybe a Ryan from the Twins or something out there? But now another injury to Brandon Woodruff. Can we necessarily count on him being available when it comes to October, maybe even November if the Brewers are lucky enough to have a deep postseason run? But what are your thoughts on that? And we'll preview or we'll recap the weekend series against the Diamondbacks and look ahead to a long stretch of games here against the Cardinals. Count them 5 games against the Cardinals for this week for the Brew Crew. That obviously does include a doubleheader in there too. So, but first up on the docket for tonight, Shane Drone's going to get the start for the Brew Crew. Going for the Cardinals, Dustin May. So we'll preview that game coming up here as well. So plenty of baseball talk coming your way here this morning. We got to talk about, since we were out for the last few days and such, the Wisconsin Badgers have a new athletic director. And it was actually a name when we go back throughout the process and when we talk to RJ every Tuesday, our Badger dude from Madison, kind of a name that wasn't floated around that much, but Sean Eichhorst is the new athletic director for the Wisconsin Badgers. He is the former athletic director at Nebraska and Miami. He was previously the deputy athletic director and chief operating officer at Texas, but he is a Wisconsin guy playing football at UW-Whitewater, worked under Barry Alvarez at Wisconsin. Before moving on to Nebraska and such. But now that we've had a few days to kind of let this digest and such, Badgers fans, what are your thoughts on the hire now? For what it's worth, I know at least I saw some. I won't put them all in one category, but a lot of Nebraska fans were saying good luck. They're not big fans of Eichhorst. He is, if you go back a little bit in history, when he was at Nebraska, he was the one that made the decision to move on from longtime football coach Bo Pelini. And the program, while it struggled for a while, the football program struggled for a while under his leadership. So that's where maybe a lot of Badger fans not too excited about the hire. But the fact that he is a Barry Alvarez guy, I mean, you kind of look at it, he got his chops working under Barry Alvarez. Well, does that mean a little bit more to you? He understands Wisconsin. He's a Wisconsin guy and such. But what are your thoughts on the hire? You can let us know and hit us up with a quick message and thought on that too. So we'll throw that in there. If you're a soccer fan, you got a big game tonight. Team USA is going to be in action in the can we call it Sweet 16? But Belgium, USA versus Belgium tonight at 7 p.m. So if you're a hockey fan, or excuse me, a soccer fan, how pumped up are you for tonight's game? So we'll talk a little World Cup on there. It is Monday morning, which means it's your VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. What's your best? What's your worst? We can make it a little bit of an extended one, too, from the last maybe few days and such if you had some time off for the 4th of July holiday. We'll play a little Monday morning chat GPT coming up a little bit later on here, too. So, hey, if you got maybe you do have the day off, or if you're looking to do something during the lunch hour and such, just a little note here as a reminder, the Eau Claire Express do have a doubleheader today. And it's actually... First game's going to be at 11:05 at Carson Park, taking on the Wausau Woodchucks, and then game 2 is going to be at 2:05. So, got some late morning, early afternoon express baseball action going on at Carson Park. So, if you've got nothing going on, and then they'll be off for the next few days because of the All-Star break. But the Express picking up a win against Rochester last night, and they will return home for this doubleheader before. Some players going to be heading off to the All-Star game down at Field of Dreams in Iowa. So right now, the Express in the second half, they are 4-3. They're chasing Rochester, who is 5-1. La Crosse, who clinched the first half division championship, they're sitting at 4-2. Waterloo, 3-2. So, but Express back in action here today too. So that's kind of your game plan for us this morning. So let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll take our first break. We'll bring on Justin, who's on for a couple hours every Monday with us as well. So he's back from Arizona, where he actually caught a Brewers game down there when they were taking on the Diamondbacks. So we'll chat plenty of baseball and whatever the heck else is on your mind here this morning. So let's take our first break, and then the leadoff will give the honors to the Brewers. Lots to talk about, lots to catch up on with the Brewers. Series win, concerns about Brandon Woodruff, maybe for his career, at least for the rest of the season and such. And does that make it a little bit more important for the Brewers with the uncertainty surrounding Brandon Woodruff to be more aggressive at the trading deadline? What do you think? Let's take a quick break, and we'll jump right into it. We'll be back after these quick words. Summer road trips create some great memories, but you know what? Sometimes accidents do happen, and if a fender bender puts a dent into your plans, just trust the fine folks at Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire to get your vehicle looking like new again. Their experienced team provides quality collision repair and attention to detail that helps restore your vehicle and your peace of mind. When life bumps into your vehicle, you can count on Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire to make that vehicle of yours look good as new. Let's say good morning to Justin, who's back from Arizona. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you doing on this good? Well, it sounds like you had a good fourth weekend.
I did. At least the third was great. Hopped on a flight at about 7 a.m. on the 4th. Got back here, and it's been a pretty good weekend since. So.
Yeah. So you got to catch the Brewers game. Was it the third, that Friday night game that went some extra innings? A little kind of a crazy game to watch, but hey, when your team comes out on top, it's well worth it, right? So.
Oh yeah. So that was a good game. 11 innings, long game, but had a lot of fun.
Was that first time in Arizona watching at the stadium?
Chase Field.
Yeah, Chase Field.
Beautiful stadium. Not a big fan of center field and how it kind of juts up out there, but other than that, it was a lot of fun.
Well, so let's talk some Brewers since you got firsthand look at it and all that. But taking the series and that. But I think the big story, obviously, from this past weekend is Brandon Woodruff. And, with him now being already put on the injured list, same injury that caused him to miss 6 weeks prior to that. I don't know, dude. I hate to say this, and we'll talk to Dr. Crow at the end of the week and get his thoughts on it, too, for Inside the Training Room. But it's hard not to, your mind goes to, okay, what's his career going to look like now? I mean, comes off that major shoulder surgery just from a couple of years ago, misses a full season. Now he's dealing with this twice in a season where, I'm sorry, but if you're a pitcher and you're having some severe loss in velocity twice in one season, in the first half of a season, essentially, it's hard not to think about what does the rest of his, not only this season, but the career look like for him going forward. I mean, to me, that's concern. I don't know how much, if we go back to spring training, Brandon Woodruff always kind of said the plan is, for October. The plan is for the postseason and that. I don't think I could count on, and it's not, I'm not trying to fault the guy or anything, but I don't know if I could count on the guy to be available when it comes to October at this point.
Well, then when you get to October, what does he go 3 games again? And then his shoulder's done. I mean, I'd love to see him in the postseason, but that's tough. I mean, you can't rely on a guy who is unreliable, basically.
Right.
Best ability is availability, and he hasn't shown that to the season yet.
Right. And it's frustrating to a point too, and I feel awful for the guy because it's nothing that he's doing. Right. I mean, we can't blame him. It's just it's the crappy thing about sports and such. But it's when he is healthy, from what we've seen so far, he's been really good, and that's the frustrating part. As a fan for the Brewers, but also for Brandon Woodruff himself, because I can't imagine from a mental side of things going through all these injuries and you feel like you've turned a corner. I mean, heck, last year when he was working his way back, and then it's an ankle injury, or he gets hit by a comeback, or it's like all these different issues that have popped up. I feel awful for the guy because we were talking about his first game back and he strikes out 10, and it's like, okay, here we go, we got a threesome of Miz and Harrison and Woodruff. That's looking really good, but now he's going to be gone for a long time again. I feel really awful because he looks good when he's sharp. It's just, you can't, like you said, availability, you can't count on that.
Yeah, and it's tough because, like you said, that first game back, strikes out 10. Second game back, a hair over 5 innings, only 1 hit. 2 hits in his first 2 starts back.
Right.
That's amazing. And then he has issues with the shoulder. And he gave up some runners, but it was really only the 3-run home run. If he just doesn't give that up, the Brewers are in line to win that game. So, it's unfortunate that they're going to be missing him. Luckily, they should be getting some reinforcements. Sounds like Henderson's coming back for the series against St. Louis.
Yep.
And I think Coleman Crow's on the come up as well.
Yeah.
So luckily, there's some reinforcements on the horizon, but yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, and I got to imagine, and I'm sure it already has, but sparked the conversation, or at least from the fan base. Does it move the needle? Does it put more pressure on the Brewers to make a move by the trade deadline to acquire another starting pitcher? And obviously, everybody's going to look at Skubal as being the guy, or maybe it's Ryan, from the Twins, if you want to go with a veteran, maybe cheaper option and that. But with no Brandon Woodruff, because right now this is where I'm going to be at. I'm not going to count on him to be available in the postseason. And I don't even know if, I'd seen some people talk about this. Is he maybe now for like just bullpen where you give him an inning or two? But can you even count on that at this point? I don't know. No, go ahead.
I would like to see him try coming out of the pen. I mean, maybe it's the long innings that are hurting his shoulder or killing him so much, but yeah, it's tough. I don't know what you do with him either.
Yeah, and it's a big price tag, obviously, that they're paying Brandon Woodruff this year too, with a little over $20 million, and we've only gotten a handful of games. That looks like a great decision by Brandon Woodruff to pick up that option this past offseason, and can't fault him there. But I do think, with the uncertainty now of Brandon Woodruff, I think it does put a little bit more pressure on the Brewers to make a move. And yes, they got some depth at starting pitching, but really when you look at it, that's not a ton of experience either. I mean, Miz got a little bit last year, but after that, your starters, I don't know if they have playoff experience. When you look at Harrison, he's pitched a lot, for the last couple of years, but we're talking like postseason experience. You've got Shane Drowan. Is he better at the bullpen as a starter? You mentioned Logan Henderson's coming back. He's still a younger guy in that. I wonder, do you look at bringing in a veteran to kind of maybe be that stable presence in a rotation that is incredibly young right now in terms of age and experience? I mean, you're literally talking about maybe Mizorowski and Chad Patrick as being your most experienced postseason pitchers at this point. If Patrick goes back to a starter, I don't know, but that's kind of where it's at. It seems like,
and that's starting pitching is it's just those two.
Yeah,
because Harrison. I mean, besides Harrison and Miz, excluding this year, are any of the remaining starters have regular season experience besides the little bit that Henderson got last year when he was up and down so much?
Yeah. Robert Gasser's got a little bit, but then he missed a lot of time with Tommy John surgery too. So there really isn't a ton of experience on this thing. And that's where I'll be honest, like I would feel better if they acquired a veteran, just to kind of be that, maybe a veteran where you kind of know what you're going to get almost every start in and out. Whether I know you got the Sonny Gray profile up on there, and I feel like Sonny Gray has been rumored to the Brewers for, gosh, it seems like how many years at this point in time. But if that were an option on there too, and I think I have to double check, but maybe his contract's a little wonky in that, but I'm not quite sure. But I mean, I'd like Sonny Gray. If we take away contracts, take away money, which I know when it comes to the Brewers, you can't really do that. But I mean, Sonny Gray, I wouldn't mind adding on there. Would that be a little bit cheaper to get then? So what's the mutual? Payroll, $30 million mutual option. Whew.
But again, mutual. Brewers could decline that and just use him as a rental.
That's true. Yeah, because club option includes a $5 million buyout. So. Yeah, and then his payroll this year, man. The thing is, do the Red Sox want to deal with the Brewers anymore after they've fleeced them with like Kyle Harrison and all that? So, you kind of wonder. That's kind of tongue in cheek, but still, it's I don't know. I don't know about you, but I feel like they at least have to seriously consider now looking for a veteran pitcher at this point.
100%. My only thing is I don't know who else is going to be on the block.
Yeah.
Because even if Skubal is, that price tag I think is going to be way too much.
Mm-hmm.
But who are the rentals going to be? The difficulty is the sellers in the AL it's going to be impossible to predict because almost every team is 4 games out of a wild card
right
in that league.
Yep.
I mean, the National League might be a little bit easier because there's like the Mets and stuff. Hey, just go get Freddie Peralta back. But no, I'm just kidding. But it's very hard because who's going to sell and who's going to try to hold on and make that last like push.
Right. I mean, if you are a seller, it might be a good market for you because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be interested in essentially buying right now because, you look at where everything's at just from an American League standpoint. Heck, the Tigers are only 5 games back from a wild card. So, I mean, are they going to want to trade Skubal? I mean, we've seen different versions of the Tigers over the last couple of years where they've made some insane runs in the second half or not in the second half. So, I mean, every team in the American League is single digits. I mean, the Angels are 9.5, but still, it's, if you really kind of want to go down to it. And then you got the Rockies who are 12 games back, the Mets and Giants. But I don't know if the Reds would necessarily be sellers at this point in time. So there's not that's going to be the main thing here is who really is going to look at themselves as being sellers. And we're about, a month away from the trade deadline. And I'm sure after the All-Star break or during the All-Star break, some more conversations and rumors are really going to heat up. But, if there's not that many teams willing to sell, that means price tag's going to go up for a lot of these guys. And, the Brewers have ammo to make deals and to make, if they wanted to go get a Skubal, they would have the ammunition to do it from a prospect. Prospect. It's just would the Brewers give up all those prospects? And I think a lot of us would assume probably not, that they would not do that. But if they wanted a Sonny Gray or whoever else is potentially available, but like you said too, I mean, Minnesota right now is just 1.5 games back from a wild card spot. So are they necessarily going to be sellers? I wouldn't. If I'm a Twins fan, then if you are a Twins fan, you could chime in. You're 1.5 games back. Do you want to be sellers at this point, or do you just knowing that hey, we're probably not going to make a deep postseason run, but we'd still like a shot? Do you still just want to see your team? That's where I kind of come from. Hey, just get me into the postseason and see what happens.
Oh, yeah.
That's you don't know what's going to happen.
And baseball can be so like streaky. I mean, there's been how many times in the past few years that 7 seeds at least made a run and got into the championship series?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you can just get in and cause some havoc.
Right. Exactly. So, but it's going to be if everything kind of continues down this path, like player wise or not player wise, team wise, where everybody's still just a few games back. I'm going to be curious to see how this trade deadline goes. How this thing, is it going to be a busy one? Is it going to be a quiet one? Because there's so many teams that are just kind of like, hey, we're going to play this thing out and see what happens to see if we can make a little bit of a run here. But it's going to be, right now at least, it looks like it's going to be an interesting trade deadline. So your thoughts, Brewers fans? Do you think with the Brandon Woodruff injury that is going to kind of sidelight him for at least if he missed 6 weeks prior, I'm saying at least 6 weeks this time, probably even longer, But if that's going to be the case, does it make it more important for the Brewers to go out there and address their pitching? Is it starter, or do you think maybe it's bullpen? Because if you go to MLB.com, where they've got a piece where they selected each team's biggest need, and Adam McCalvey from Brewers.com said more high leverage bullpen arms, which, okay, but now with the Woodruff one, does that change it a bit? Or, does Chad Patrick move back to a starter so it makes that bullpen a little bit of a bigger need? What do you think? Hit us up, 715-830-1912. Let's talk some more Brewers as we continue in the first hour. We got to take a quick break, though. We'll kind of go back to this Diamondback series and look ahead to a whopping 5 games. 5 games for the Brewers against the Cardinals this week. This road trip continues here for the Brew Crew. We'll take a quick break and talk some more baseball coming up after these quick words. Summer is here, and that means it is the perfect time to give your home a fresh new look with the help from Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether you are updating a family room, finishing a basement, or refreshing a bedroom, or maybe finally tackling that remodeling project that you've been putting off, Carpet City Flooring Center has the flooring options you are looking for. From beautiful luxury vinyl planks to carpet, tile, and more, you will find quality products and expert guidance every single step of the way. Their experienced team will help you find the right flooring to fit your style, your budget, and with professional installation available, your project can be completed quickly and correctly. Make this summer the summer you transform your home. Stop on into Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire today and discover why so many area homeowners trust Carpet City Flooring Center for all of their flooring needs. Carpet City Flooring Center, helping you love where you live. Brewers wise, taking 2 out of 3 against the Diamondbacks yesterday, thanks to Summer of Sal with that catch at the little gamesmanship there. I watched that. I'm like, did he catch it? It looked like he caught it. Trevor McGill's probably one of the easiest people too. If you want to lip read somebody, Trevor McGill's probably the easiest too. But I love those. Like he's celebrating, like he's like, wait, what? Did he catch it? Oh, yep, he did. So, but taking 2 out of 3 against the Diamondbacks. Now setting up 5 games against the Cardinals here. We've got tonight's game 1, Shane Drone versus Dustin May. So Brewers currently, when you look at where the standings are, still holding on to a comfortable lead in the National League Central ahead of the Cubbies. They are currently 6 games above the the Cubs, 7.5 above the Cardinals, but with 5 games here, the Cardinals can make some serious damage and make some serious movements. But on the flip side, the Brewers could really hand the Cardinals some serious damage here too, and really put them down in the standings here. But looking at this, taking it by a game-by-game approach, you got Shane Drone here, who is 3-2 with a 3.12 ERA so far this season. He is coming off of an appearance back on the 1st against the Reds, where he went 5 2/3 and only gave up 2 earned runs, struck out 7. Back on the 24th, he went 4 1/3, gave up 0 earned runs, struck out 5. Go back a little bit further on the 18th, 5 innings, 3 hits, just 1 earned run for Shane Drone. Now, Shane Drone finished off the month of June. Starting 5 games, he went 1-1 with a 3.65 ERA. But if you look at his last 3 games, he's been pretty going over 90 pitches in that June 18th game and June 24th, and then coming off of 5 2/3, a very efficient 78 pitches against Cincinnati. To me, Shane Drone, I don't know about you, Justin, but he obviously had a great month of May as a reliever, where in 7 games he pitched 7 games and a 1.72 ERA. And then June, he was straight up starter. He went 1-1 with a 3.65 ERA. He's kind of been a nice wild card, really, for this Brewers team, at least in my opinion, where he's been a really good reliever and I would say a solid starter so far for this team.
Yeah, he's been a great change of pace. Obviously, I'd like him to be back in the pen because he seems the most effective out of it. But he's been a great option to basically just plug and play in the starting rotation when they've needed it, especially on these long stretches, even if he's a 6th starter or with all the injuries becoming the 4 or 5 guy. I mean, yeah, some of the stats, like he's given up runs a game, but as long as he can keep it below 3, even at 3, I mean, then you give your team a good chance to win.
Right. Yeah. On the flip side, Dustin May is going here for the Cardinals. Not a ton of experience. I mean, you got some Brewers players with maybe about a game's worth of experience going up against Dustin May, and that might mostly come from the May 27th game when the Cardinals went up against the Brewers, and Dustin May went 7 innings in that game and gave up just 1 earned run. Did pick up the loss, though, so he pitched well. It was a quality start for Dustin May in that game. But, I mean, you look at this series, and this is I mean, this is a heck of a series with five games is obviously rare in itself, but obviously it's a makeup from an earlier series with the rain out and such. But 5 games can really, I mean, flip-flop kind of some standings here. So this is a heck of an opportunity for the Brewers to really kind of push down the Cardinals a little bit further in a series, or for the Cardinals to maybe kind of jump back into this NL Central chase, which right now is at best a 3-team race. I mean, from a few weeks ago, it was a cool story. It was, to see all teams above 500. Everybody was in contention. Now it's kind of separated here a little bit. The Reds have really kind of fallen down. Pirates are hovering just above 500 or at 500. Cardinals have fallen down just a little bit, but I mean, they're still 7 games above 500. So this is, you look at these series with division games and these are games that will matter. I know some people are saying, well, it's just, a little bit past the halfway mark. It's going to matter, though, when it comes to September and October, when we're talking about who's leading the NL Central at this point in time. So, but 5 games, that could change a lot. And I mean, this is still a road series here for the Brewers. They got the Pirates after this, before the All-Star break. So I think this is a big opportunity here for the Brewers to push them down. But one thing that's kind of really reared its ugly head here for the Brewers, maybe as of late here, is runners in scoring position. And I feel like this has been a theme for how many years now at different points in time, is Brewers struggling with runners in scoring position. And again, with the trade deadline, does one trade change this? Does one batter? I don't know who that batter would be at this point in time, but does that change that narrative? Is this just a stretch here where it's, a little funky here for the Brewers, where they're struggling with that? But I mean, this is a statistic. This is a stat. This is something that Brewers fans have been talking about for how many years now, it feels like, that this is an area of concern here for the Brewers. And especially when you get to the postseason, you don't really want to be struggling with runners in scoring position. You've got a little bit of what's that stat there say about? It
says since June 16th, and this is on Reddit, so take it with a grain of salt. I mean, it might not be completely accurate, but the Brewers are batting 186. That's 27 for 145 with runners in scoring position. Luckily, 12-7 in that time frame, but that is not a recipe for success.
Yeah, that puts a lot more pressure on your pitching staff and a lot more leverage situations with that bullpen. This has dropped their season average with running to 255, still well above average. So I guess that's the question then. Is this just one of those streaks that happens to every team in Major League Baseball because it's a long season? Or is this a legit concern going forward? It's honestly, maybe it's in a little bit of both. I think that's probably where we're at.
Yeah, I think the Brewers maybe just earlier in the season kind of outperformed with runners in scoring position, or overperformed. And now maybe it's just kind of regression to the mean with that 255, maybe a little bit lower. But yeah, the recent, this recent stretch has been concerning. Against the Diamondbacks, they went 4 for 30 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, it was even like in the game that they lost, they had double-digit hits. I mean, they out-hit the Diamondbacks in that game.
I think they had 12.
Was it a dozen?
Or 12 hits?
Yeah.
Something like that? Yeah, I have it actually right here. Yeah,
12 hits compared to 4. And they still lose 4-3 in that game. And it's, man.
That's you can't perform with runners in scoring position. And then, they hit 2 home runs, but I think one was a 2 and one was a solo shot. So that was your only runs. If you have just probably 1 hit with runners in scoring position, the game is tied or you win.
Right. And I know now they're back to kind of flip-flopping the lineup and changing it up, where Terang's now back at leadoff, Yelich isn't, and then you're trying to find a little bit of something that's working. I mean, everybody does it in baseball. They switch up the lineup to see if that gets something going here, just a little bit. But that's hopefully maybe after the All-Star break, it kind of gets back to a little bit of a positive. But I will say Garrett Mitchell's been playing really well as of late here from an offensive standpoint. I mean, the other nights he was a home run away from the cycle, had a couple doubles, had a triple, and then the next night he hits a home run. So, I mean, you kind of have to tip your cap to Garrett Mitchell. He has been hitting really well here as of late, and you kind of look at it. I know you're bringing up his numbers here, but so far in the month of July, when you hit 421 and you're slugging a perfect 1.000 and on base for 476, he's already had a couple home runs, and he's coming off of a 3 strikeout game against Arizona, but I mean 5 total strikeouts for this season. But he is, even his June numbers, hitting 293 in the month of June. I think this is the Garrett Mitchell that a lot of people were kind of wondering, were we going to see, going into last year? The guy that's supposed to fill in the power or fill in the Willie Adames role, in the middle of the lineup and such. I think this is the version everybody kind of wanted to see. And, you rewind it to when the Brewers signed one of their prospects, Lara, to a long-term deal. It kind of looked like, okay, does that mean Garrett Mitchell's going to be out the door? Well, Garrett Mitchell has responded by saying, you can't sit me down now because you want to keep that bat in the lineup, because he has been hitting really well so far here for the Brewers.
And he's even started to do it against lefties. I remember he's getting that kind of confidence against lefties. Not so much yesterday. Maybe that cooled him off a bit, but he has been impressive. And I'd like to add, that game that I was at on the 3rd, he almost hit another home run. He was robbed by Lourdes Gurriel. And then on the 4th, he should have had a home run, but because of the way that Chase Field has their center field wall, it just was only a double. So he could have another home run on those totals. I mean, this is the player that every year he got injured and people wanted to move on from him. I'm so happy they didn't, because this is what I wanted. Finally, we are getting a healthy season from him. Yeah. And this is exactly kind of as advertised. The strikeouts, little concerning, but with that power threat, the strikeouts are going to be there as well.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's what you get from a lot of power hitters, right? I mean, that's, you're going to have that. So, but he's definitely been a big reason why I think, while the Brewers have struggled with runners in scoring position, while they're still winning games, he's been a reason for that too, right? I mean, he's been one of the brighter spots from this offense so far as of late here too. But we'll take it. It just still makes me more nervous about my guy Salvatore, though. Sal Frelick. You can't trade that guy.
I don't think he had a good month of June.
He did.
I mean, it looks like he's kind of turning it on. Maybe he's just a slow starter.
Yeah.
So
we need the Summer of Sal Part 2 to come back. But
Brewers made a post about him in June. So
yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's been making some sweet catches though in right field and still getting the job done defensively. So. All right, let's take a quick break as we start to wrap up the first hour. We are flying through here. Brewers fans, you feel free to chime in. Hit us up, 715-830-1912, or hang out in the Section 105 chat where we got Barb saying good morning to everybody over there too. So we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back to wrap up the first hour after these quick words. Summer puts your vehicle to the test, and AJM Automotive is ready to help you pass that test. With two convenient Eau Claire locations, AJM Automotive can handle everything from oil changes and inspections to brakes, tires, and major repairs. Before your next road trip, make sure your vehicle is ready for wherever summer takes you. Trust the team at AJM Automotive. 2 locations and 1 commitment, keeping you safely on the road all summer long. And don't forget, with AJM Automotive, they have partnered up with our good friends from the VFW Post 305, where they want to give a veteran a free oil change for a year. So all you have to do is head on over to the VFW Post 305, located on Star Avenue. Just a few more days left for this, and nominate a veteran for a free oil change for a year. The sign-up box should be over there at the VFW Post 305. So again, big thanks to AJM Automotive for doing that for our veterans. We just got a few minutes left to the top of the hour here. So Brewers fans, we got a few texts to catch up on. Ben says, definitely feel like the Brewers should go acquire another starting pitcher. With the Brandon Woodruff news, you can't count on him. I feel awful for the guy, but this is a team that is contending for a World Series, and they need to make that move to shore up the starters. We've got Dave that also says he feels like the Brewers should go out there and make a move for a starter. I still don't think it'll be a guy like Skubal, but I do agree that I think they need to bring in a veteran. Another texter, don't have a name, can't give you any credit, but they text in saying, I think the Brewers need to add both a starter and bullpen option for this team. Keep those thoughts coming. All right, hit us up 715-830-1912, or hit us up on the Section 105 chat room. But another guy too that we were just talking about, Garrett Mitchell and the season that he has been having here so far, but Jake Bauers now too is back to hitting at a high rate. A couple of home runs for him in his last 7 games. He is slugging .556 in his last 7 games, but overall this season, .266 and 16 home runs with an .861 OPS. So he has been definitely a nice bright spot here for the Brewers, but not enough to get into the All-Star game, as 2 Brewers were selected to the All-Star game. Jacob Misiorowski, which is no surprise, but also Contreras was selected to the All-Star game. One notable name not in there was Bryce Terang. Bryce Terang, I'll be honest, I was a little surprised at Contreras. I thought a little bit of a logjam with catchers. I think he deserves it, no question. But if it was between Terang and Contreras, I thought maybe Terang was going to get it, but no, it went to Contreras. So, but it's one of those questions too. Who do you take out? If you think somebody should be in there, who do you take out? And I mean, you look at some of the numbers from second baseman in the National League. I think it's just, Arise is hitting over 300. Ozzie Alsby, I can make a case that I think Terang deserves to be over Ozzie, just in my opinion, but I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised though if Terang still finds his way onto the All-Star team, if I'm being real here. But
going on to the Ozzie Albies thing, I saw something that I can't find it now, but it was his numbers compared to Albies, and he was winning in almost every single stat. That's just fan voting for you. It's the reason Bauers wasn't closer. That's the reason Terang's not in. The reason Harrison's not in. The Brewers, they are the smallest market, and they showed with the voting. Mm-hmm. And it's no wonder that they only have 2 players in it.
Right. Yeah, because of what, like the Tigers or somebody has like 3 or 4 players, I think, and I get that's the American League, but especially if Miz doesn't pitch, because it sounds like he might not even be pitching in the All-Star game, which is a bummer. I honestly feel like they know that he wouldn't start because it's in Philly. I feel like if there was a reassurance that he would be the starter, they would figure it out and let him be the starter in the All-Star game. But if the fact that he is not going to be the starter, it kind of sounds like he's not going to be able to pitch in the All-Star game. But Does that open a door maybe for a Kyle Harrison to replace him in the All-Star game? Maybe, possibly, but I don't know. I still feel like do they still do the last-minute voting or the last, remember in baseball they did like that last chance sort of player? I don't know off the top of my head if they still do that or not. I have to double-check that.
I'm not sure. That is.
But if that's the case, Bryce Ring better be on that ballot.
Oh, yeah.
On there, because he definitely deserves to be in the All-Star game. Oh, you do have the comparison.
Yeah, I think this is career. Yeah, this is career.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find team. Yeah.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, just a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll come back to that if I can find it.
Yeah. So, but that was I was a little disappointing for Terang not to get in there. I thought he deserves to be in there for sure, but. All right. We only got a minute left, so we'll talk more about this coming up a little bit later on. But, you do have, look at that, coming in the clutch right there. Look at you. All right. Well, we'll hit that up coming up in the next hour. So coming up next hour, I do want to talk a little bit about the Badgers with their new athletic director. Badgers fans, how you feeling about the hire of, one-time former Badger, Sean Eichhorst to replace Chris McIntosh as athletic director. Sean, athletic director for a hot minute at the University of Miami, but then was the athletic director at Nebraska, where a lot of Nebraska fans don't hold him in high regard. So what are your thoughts on the hire, Badgers fans? Let us know. Send it on over. We've got some news updates, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes to kick off the second hour. We'll be back. All right, here we go. The second hour kicking off already on this Monday morning of July 6th. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us a part of your start. Hopefully you had a good 4th of July weekend and you're ready to hit up a brand new work week here. Brewers-wise, we talked the first hour full of Brewers, and just a quick note, they don't do that last chance voting. I looked it up on the All-Star thing, so I think the only chance for Bryce Harang to get in would be injury or somebody not playing and potentially elevate. But Justin, there you have got the numbers here between him and Ozzie Albies for this season. So yeah, kind of break it down.
Yeah,
for us here.
Harang's winning in WAR, wins above replacement, runs batted in, stolen bases, on base percentage, slugging, OPS and OPS plus. Like he's winning in most of the major categories, and like he's only 1 home run behind and like 3 points behind in batting average. So 1 or 2 hits, he's above him in batting average, and 2 home runs and they're tied. Yeah. So he is looks like the significantly better second baseman by this metric. Just the Braves have a much bigger market, and the fan voting basically got their guy in.
Yeah,
which Ozzie Albies, he's no slouch, but Harang looks much better.
Yeah. I would agree, and I know we're homers too, but I'd still agree.
I mean, if you see what I'm looking at, the stats don't lie.
Yeah, yep, exactly. So we'll get back to some more Brewers talk as they get set for a 5-game series going up against the Cardinals starting tonight. Shane Drowan will get the start for the Brewers. One Brewer starter that we know we won't see for a while is going to be Brandon Woodruff, as he has landed back on the injured list with a similar injury to what kept him out for nearly 6 weeks. So does that make it for you, Brewers fans, a little bit more important for the team to be aggressive at the trade deadline to maybe get another starting pitcher? Let us know. Hit us up with your thoughts, 715-830-1912. Or you can give me text or give us a shout on the phone lines or on the Section 105 chat room. A lot of you on the texting line saying, yes, the Brewers should go out there and get another starting pitcher. So we'll get back to that. But something that another newsworthy note from a few days ago, the Badgers have a new athletic director, and it's a big hire. But the Badgers bringing back Sean Eichhorst as the new athletic director. He is a Wisconsin native. He is a UW-Whitewater graduate, played football there. He did work under Barry Alvarez when Barry Alvarez was the athletic director. But he does have experience being an athletic director at a Division I program. Was the athletic director at Miami for a hot minute, but was also the Nebraska athletic director, and that's where maybe some Badgers fans are a little bit concerned because, well, Nebraska fans don't have a whole lot of positive things to say about him. He was the athletic director when Nebraska decided to part ways with longtime football coach Bo Pelini, and then Nebraska's struggles since then with their football department. He has most recently been a part of the of Texas, where he was the chief operating officer and associate athletic director. But so Miami from 2011 to 2012, Nebraska 2012 to 2017. It's not a splash hire. I don't think we can call this a splash hire, right? I mean, it's. I think a lot of us were kind of wondering, was Wisconsin going to target a Wisconsin guy? Well, it looks like that's what they were targeting, is a Wisconsin guy. So, Barry Alvarez guy, worked under him, played football at UW-Whitewater, got his chops, working under the administration of Wisconsin and Barry Alvarez and such. But I've got mixed feelings on this one. I don't know about you, Justin, but I've got mixed feelings because you look at his stops at Nebraska, they weren't great. I know. I think it was Will Compton, who was, busting with the boys, and he played football in the NFL, but was a Nebraska guy. He is not a Sean Eichhorst fan, and I know a lot of Nebraska fans are saying, sorry, Wisconsin fans, I get it. It was, gosh, almost 10 years ago now when you think about it, and things could change in that. But I don't know. I've really got mixed feelings on this one. And where do you kind of stand on this?
This one's tough. I want to look into him more because obviously everybody knows kind of how the football went under him, which wasn't great. But Nebraska also had a period where they just were not great at football. Maybe it was just deeper than the athletic director. But I'd like to see how their other sports under him did because, well, football is the big thing. You got to remember the athletic director covers every sport. Everybody wants to see like the lack of success the football program had and the mixed success the basketball program had under McIntosh. But you got to remember, like, he's in charge of every sport. The women's hockey team won, I think, 3 national titles. Mm-hmm. Volleyball won 1 and was a game away from it. So I'd like to see what else he did at Nebraska. And maybe he's in here to be the one to fire Luke Fickell. If Fickell has another down year, he was a McIntosh guy. Maybe Eichhorst is in here to basically hand him his papers if they have another down year, especially with how weak the schedule is this year for the Badgers. So yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because you look at the Nebraska tenure, and that was let's say it was a long time ago. I mean, in a sports sense, it was a hot minute ago, or a long time ago. But this is a huge hire for Wisconsin because you look at it too. They don't have their chancellor presidents, and you'd like to see the AD and the chancellor on the same page, especially in the current landscape of college sports. It's completely different too. To when Sean was the last time an athletic director, the college world, in case you've missed it, people, has changed quite a bit, right? It's changed quite a bit. It's not the same. So it sure seems like not only did Wisconsin maybe prioritize somebody who knows the culture, knows Wisconsin sports, has understanding, but also valued experience at that athletic director position. But is it experience that will benefit them going forward in this current landscape of college sports? That remains to be seen, I think, at this point in time. I mean, that we don't really know that. Does it help that he, got to work at Texas here for a little bit? We've seen a resurgence from the Texas football program, with Steve Sarkisian and that. So maybe that's a benefit to that, because I think the big thing here is when you look at it from a Wisconsin sports perspective, what is the biggest program that needs to be fixed? Football. It's football. You mentioned it. Mark Johnson, women's hockey has just been a perennial powerhouse for a long time now. Men's basketball, yes, I think a lot of us would like to see deeper postseason runs, but they've at least been putting themselves in that position to get that. And I think if you compare Greg Gard and what the job that the men's basketball team has done compared to football, it's not even close. Basketball is in a good spot. Women's basketball seems to have taken some strides. We'll see. I mean, they performed, I think, a little bit above expectations, but from a recruiting standpoint, it seems like they've got some really good players, especially local players, with that. Men's hockey surprised people last year, making a nice bounce back year. It boils down to football. Can he fix this football program? That's the biggest question here, and that's going to be the biggest test for him going forward as athletic director is, can he get this football program back on track, whether that's Luke Fickell as the head coach or somebody else. I think right now, if we, looked at 2027, if we ask the question, is Luke Fickell going to be the head coach? I'd probably say no, depending on if they make a bowl. They at least have to make a bowl, I think, this year. And maybe it's Luke Fickell backs out. I don't know. But if I were an odds maker, I'd probably say slightly no. And if that is the case, his biggest hire as athletic director is going to be, who is he going to find as head coach for this program? That to me is going to be his biggest obstacle is, yes, you've got NIL and all that money. Can he fix the football program going forward? And you look at Nebraska and they didn't really do a good job over there. But again, maybe working under Texas for a little bit, he learned some things.
Yeah.
So,
well, the NIL era is different, so maybe he did. But also, I mean, the Badgers now hopefully have a quarterback that will remain healthy and can actually throw the ball. Colton Joseph. I mean, But also, I mean, looking at the schedule, it's an easy schedule. There are, I'd say, 9 winnable games on the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
mean,
I think that's where the minimum's got to be at least bowl eligible, right?
yeah, you have to win 6 this year.
Yeah.
If it's not, Fickle's out. But
I would agree.
if he can win about 7, including a bowl game, he might get another chance, especially because the recruiting around Wisconsin has seemed to gotten a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah. So I think it's in Luke Fickle's hands right now that he controls his destiny at this point. You go and become bowl eligible because you're right. I mean, from a recruiting standpoint, if you look at the rankings and you look at the stars, it looks like Wisconsin has done a really good job from a recruiting standpoint this offseason, bringing in a lot of guys. The other part, though, too, is it is a different college world, and I don't know how many of those guys are going to stick around or decommit and go somewhere else. You know, I hate that. That's what I just it bugs me the most about college sports now is I can't get too excited for recruiting classes because are we actually going to see them suit up and contribute to Wisconsin is the big question. Or are they going to go elsewhere because of paydays and such?
Well, that's the big thing about, like, you know, getting these guys from Wisconsin. You know, you hope that they want to play for the school they watched growing up. So if you can recruit from in-state, you think maybe they'll have a bit more loyalty and stay there for, you know, 3-4 years, however long they're there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts, Wisconsin fans? Do you like the hire? Do you think this is a good hire for Wisconsin? You know, what are some of the positives? Obviously, he understands Wisconsin. He knows Wisconsin. He's familiar with the program. Hasn't been with the program for a while, but I'm sure he understands Wisconsin culture. And, you know, this was always kind of a thing, too, maybe more so from a coaching standpoint. But I would imagine, you know, admissions, it's still going to be hard, you know, for players to get admitted to because Wisconsin does have high expectations or high, what do you want to call it, to try to get into to the university, and that's always kind of been a thing for fans that they've always brought up is it's hard to get a lot of good players because of the high standards for admissions. He understands that. He's familiar with that. So he obviously does have experience with Division I, high caliber Division I programs. So, I mean, he brings that to the table. So, yeah, I mean, there are some positives, but there's definitely some negatives to this point. So, I don't know. We'll see how it plays out at this point. I guess, you know, one thing I was reading, too, that one positive, so when he did let go of Bo Pelini, he mentioned, or one of the positives, this is from Bucky's Fifth Quarter, gave him credit for hiring Mike Riley as the head coach at Nebraska. So we'll maybe if that does come to it, that he has to hire a new head coach at Wisconsin. We'll see if that kind of fits in. He is a football guy. He did play football at UW-Whitewater, so, I mean, that's his background. And obviously Whitewater is a pretty darn good Division III program. So, hey, maybe that means Lance Leipold, former Whitewater coach, now at Kansas. There'd be that connection. So,
and that's kind of the one thing that gives me hope is Mike Riley, who was successful at Oregon State, then wasn't so successful at Nebraska. Maybe they just had troubles recruiting, or maybe that was more on the coach. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah,
sometimes you can do all the right things. We all thought Luke Fickle was going to be a great hire.
Yep.
And look how that's worked out. So.
Right. Yep. All right, let's take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. Hit us up with your thoughts. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Summer is the season for golf, softball, pickleball, running, and staying active. But you know what? Aches and pains, they can quickly slow you down. That's where Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine comes in. Their experienced team helps weekend warriors and athletes of all ages get back to doing what they love with expert care and treatment options designed to keep you moving. Play more, hurt less. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. You can start the process and make your appointment by visiting cvosm.com. That's cvosm.com. So today might be a day, too, where you get some social media posts saying thanks for the memories and such, because today is the day that Giannis trade can become officially official, July 6th. So because that's when the NBA's new league year begins. So get ready. If you've kind of been wondering why no thank you posts from the Bucks or anything like that, it could become official today. So maybe that's when it'll finally hit, or maybe a lot of people will say finally and move on in that. But well, Justin, I haven't talked to you since that trade went down or reported in that, but thoughts? Do you think they got enough in return? Was it something that had to be done and that? I mean, were you surprised? What was your initial reaction when you first heard that?
I mean, yeah, I think it had to be done, to kind of quote you there. I like the return. I mean, you get 4 players. You got an extra. You got 3 first-round picks as well as a first-round swap in the future, I believe. I mean, that's a massive. You get Tyler Hero, Jaquez Jr., Khalil Ware, and I cannot pronounce this last guy's
Kasperis.
name. Yeah, Kasperis. I mean, that's a massive haul. I remember we asked our little ChatGPT assistant, and it said you would need about 3 first-round picks as well as some role players.
Yep.
And Tyler Hero is definitely more than a role player. I mean, he can slide right into the starting lineup, and then that allowed them to get, I believe they picked Burries with their first pick, which I really liked, and then that allowed them to go get Ament that second pick, which I know he's viewed as a big boom or bust kind of guy. So I'm happy that they were able to get him with the second pick rather than the first. So I like the return for it. I mean, it was time to move on from Giannis, and how healthy is his body going to remain. So, 4 players and 3 first-round picks, I can't be mad about that.
Yeah. So it'll be kind of weird, I think, seeing those posts and that to see. And then, the more that kind of came out, Jim Ozarski's article we kind of highlighted when it first came out a couple of weeks ago, and just kind of how it all transpired and how it all happened and what led to this point. And that you'd like to say that should be a learning lesson for a lot of teams, but the thing is, it's going to happen. And it's going to continue to happen. It just felt like the breakup was at that right time. You hate to say that, and I'm a fan and will always be a fan. I always want the Kobe's, the players, the greats to stay with one team, or the Duncans. And, even though I was an Orlando Magic fan as a kid, it still burns me that Duncan didn't sign with the Magic, and I blame Doc Rivers for that still. If you don't know that story, it's because he told Tim Duncan's wife or girlfriend at the time when they were recruiting him, hey, can family ride on the planes? And Doc said no, and that was a decision that led Duncan back to the Spurs. So thank you, Doc, for screwing 2 franchises of my fandom. But it just felt like it sucks that I think as a sports fan, you're these star players for your favorite teams, it becomes more and more likely that they're not going to stay with these. I mean, if Tom Brady can leave and go play a couple years and that, it's one of those. So I want to throw a question in here since we're on the NBA side of things. LeBron now possibly going to be playing for different. We know it's not going to be the Lakers. I don't know if it's going to be back to Cleveland for a 3rd time, or Miami for a 2nd time, or the 76ers, or even the Timberwolves are being thrown in there. But, I mean, for somebody who's one of the best of all time, and for some people the best player of all time, does that take a little bit of a hit on his legacy for the amount of different teams that he is going to? I mean, does that factor into it? For some people, it doesn't. It's just a play. But, I mean, does it get kind of annoying? Like, okay, he's going to a different team now. And, now the joke's like, okay, is that team going to have to trade for Bronny James? Would it surprise anybody? Let's say he goes to some team and then all of a sudden they trade for Bronny James. Would it surprise you? I don't think it would surprise anybody. I'm waiting for Thanasis to go sign for the Heat, But, I mean, does that take a little bit of a hit with LeBron James? Because what? It's Cleveland, Miami, Cleveland, Lakers, and now somebody else. What's another all-time great player, like the best of the best, that has played for possibly 5 different teams now at this point? Kareem played for 2. Magic only played for 1. Larry only played for 1. Jordan played for 2. I can't think of another one off the top of my head.
How many did Shaq play for?
Oh, that was towards the end of his career.
Yeah, I know it was at the end.
But, yeah, Shaq would be up there because he was Orlando, Lakers, Miami, Boston, Cleveland, Phoenix.
Yeah, so
6. Yeah. And did I get it right? Yeah, 6.
Yeah, Magic, Lakers, Heat, Suns, Cavs, Celtics. Yep.
And the thing is, LeBron probably will still get you close to 20 points per game, even at his age, where that's different from Shaq, where he was getting you like 2 points per game.
Shaq was bad at the end.
Yeah. But does it take a little bit of a hit or not really, because it's the NBA and this is the new order of things?
I think I don't think him going to another team takes as big of a hit because, like you said, it's the new order. I think what he did or basically didn't do in LA is more of the hit. I mean, yeah, they won 1 championship, but that was the bubble and after multiple weeks of rest, which allowed him and Anthony Davis to be fully healthy. But if you take away that bubble title, they won an NBA Cup?
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
And there now people are asking if his jersey should be retired for the Lakers or get a statue. And I'm thinking,
I was just going to bring that up too.
Like, first of all, what jersey number would you retire? And then second of all, he brought you 1 title that was in the bubble. And he had Luka. He always had another player. He had Luka these latest years, and he couldn't get it done. So yeah. I think that stains his legacy more than the teams. If you can't win in Los Angeles, then you I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that.
The thing is like I feel like the Lakers are kind of turning into the Yankees, where they retire a bunch of numbers, and eventually you wonder, are they going to run out of numbers to retire? And they build statues across, like Kobe, yes, Magic, yes, Kareem, yes, Shaq, yes. But when I think about LeBron, who do I think of him as? Honestly, it kind of surprised me that it was 8 years he spent with the Lakers. So I was like, holy crap, it was that long? 8 years. It's a good thing that the NBA is not like the Major League, or it's not like Major League Baseball or like the Hall of Fame where you got to pick a cap, because then you have the conversation with like Lakers. But you're right, 23-6. He ain't Kobe where he can have 2 numbers retired, 24 and 8. That can't happen. That can't. Do I view him as an all-time Laker great? He's not going to be the first name that I think of when I think of Laker greats. Maybe for younger fans, probably. Like for my 9-year-old son, he's probably going to think the Lakers because that's all he's known. I mean, he's played for the Lakers for 8 years. He's only known LeBron with the Lakers. I can't see him going back to Cleveland. I think he wants warmer weather. Warriors potentially. I didn't mention them in there too, but I mean, I can't. No, the statues that no. But would it surprise you if they did? It wouldn't surprise me if they did it. I think they're going to, and probably retire the whatever one that he was wearing when they won the championship is maybe the jersey they retire.
I think that was 6.
Was it 6?
But I think he broke the all-time scoring record in 23.
Yeah.
So I could see the statue being built of him. Maybe the shot that he hit when he broke the record, because that would make sense.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think LeBron James is either 1 or 2. People go back and forth with him and Jordan, but his tenure with the Lakers, I don't think warrants a jersey retirement.
Did it live up? Did he? And I think you kind of already answered this, but okay, when he went to the Lakers, I think there was these grand visions of multiple championships, and like you mentioned, they got the 1 in the bubble. So was it a disappointing run? with LeBron and the Lakers, with the expectations that were at hand. I think so.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you ask any fan, it was disappointing. They expected multiple, and now the only ring that they get, people constantly make fun of, is the Mickey Mouse ring. So
Yeah,
I think it's a disappointment.
I would say so too.
You get the greatest of all time on your team, and you can't win a season or a championship in a full season.
Yeah, I definitely think that. Any guesses on where you think he's going to go? If you're a Timberwolves fan, I would love to hear, do you want LeBron on that team? You got Ball. You got Edwards now. You still got Rudy Gobert. Do you want LeBron on that team? I'd love to hear from a Timberwolves fan on that.
I mean, they need size, which, I mean, 6'9", he's not small. I could see him going, though, for some reason, like either 76ers or like the San Antonio Spurs are like the two that I think he would go to. San Antonio's got the warmer weather. They were, one piece away from winning a championship. And then Philadelphia just got a lot better with the Jaylen Brown trade. So you'd think you'd want to go to a place where he can win a championship in these last couple of years. I think the Knicks, and that I could end up looking stupid for saying this, I don't think the Knicks want him.
Yeah, I think, was it Rich Paul, his agent or something, said if they didn't win the championship, then it's a no-brainer.
Then it's like a done deal, yeah. But they won the championship. They have that chemistry. And the Rich Paul thing, he had like this big whiteboard.
Yeah.
And like it was like the teams like that had starting fives written out or something were like the ones that are like better suitors. And I don't think the Knicks, they just had like NYK for the Knicks and like nothing else.
Yep.
So I think it's probably, one of those teams that has the starting lineup. But I think he would fit better in either San Antonio or Philadelphia.
I wonder, given his age and West Coast, is it Warriors? Just pairing up with Steph Curry, going for it for the next year or two. And, Draymond Green opening up that money. I think they would have to probably move Jimmy Butler at that point to clear up some space too. I look at that, or does he look at 76ers now too with Brown and you got Joel Embiid? Is there an opening there? Does he look at it from a conference standpoint? Which conference is easier to get through to try to win a championship? In the West, you have the Thunder still. You got the Spurs that'll probably still be there. And then after that, is it a little bit more open? Possibly. Eastern Conference, well, things have changed. Celtics have traded Brown. Obviously, the Bucks have traded Giannis. The Knicks are the defending champs. Yeah, which conference is, quote, easier to get through?
I would say the East still.
Maybe.
I mean, the Knicks, were they the 3 seed?
I think they were like the 4.
Or the 4, and they just
Pistons were up there, but they were early out, so.
Or maybe they were the 2, but I think they just went on a run, really. I mean, they kind of breezed through it, and then I think it just became rest versus wear and tear against the Spurs.
Yeah.
The Spurs went to 7 games before that last series, and the Knicks swept in 4, I want to say.
So Detroit was the top seed. Boston was 2. New York was 3. Cavs were 4. Raptors, who now have Kawhi Leonard, are 5. And then Atlanta was 6. So, and Philadelphia was the 7th seed. But they're different now, too. Yeah, and then, Denver is the other one that's getting mentioned. Could he go and pair up with the Joker? That would be interesting.
That'd be very, very, very different.
Yep. All right, we got to take a quick break. Back with plenty more, though, coming up after these few words. Summer cookout season is here, and nobody does summer grilling better than Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From premium steaks and fresh burgers to brats and chicken, you'll find quality and value throughout the store. Before your next cookout, stop by Mike's Star Market and stock up on the freshest ingredients around. You can visit them at 2238 Heimstead Road, and make sure to follow their Facebook page as well. Mike's Star Market, helping make every summer gathering a delicious one. We've got a few more texts on the Brewers and Brandon Woodruff. Got Steve saying, yes, that the Brewers should look for another starter by the trade deadline. Ideally, starter, bullpen, and bats. That's quite the wish list, which if they did all that, that would be... I don't know what that would all cost. I don't know who that would all entail, but that's a lot.
Yeah, just go get everything.
Get everything.
Trade the farm.
Right? Yeah. Literally trade the farm for it all. I mean, from a priority standpoint, starter, bullpen, hitter, if you had to name the three, what would you put as number one, the most important?
I'd put bullpen as the most important.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, luckily McGill and Abner seem to be returning to form, but everybody seems gassed in that bullpen right now, which is just a product of how many games they've played in a row. But the bullpen, I'd say, needs some help. But maybe it gets that when Henderson comes back. Maybe you can move Drowan. But now with Woodruff being out, it's uncertain if you can move anybody back to the bullpen. So
yeah,
I would like to see them get at least like one more arm. Like losing Nick Mears now hurts a lot more with the injury stacking up.
Yeah, it feels like. And I'm not saying this is the best option, but it feels like if you had they've got flexibility from the starting standpoint because a lot of their bullpen guys have starting experience now. I mean, you throw in Brandon Sproat, you throw in Shane Drone, you throw in Chad Patrick. I mean, whenever DL Hall comes back, Aaron Ashby's been kind of moved to that high leverage stuff, but Ashby can give you a few innings. They've got Robert Gasser, Coleman Crow. They've gotten guys that got experience. So it feels like if you add a bullpen arm, okay, to alleviate some of that pressure from those guys, to maybe you can give them those spot starts that we have seen. But right now, when you look at it, who is that third guy? Is it Logan Henderson when he comes back? And is that a top three that you are comfortable with making a deep postseason run when it gets to it? Because I'm not going to add in Brandon Woodruff at this point because I just don't know what the future is going to be for him. And I'm very concerned about whether we're going to see, him pitch at a high level again. Or for maybe not necessarily at a high level, but for a long-term, solution here for the Brewers. I mean, Miz, Harrison, Logan Henderson, is that a top three that can win you a World Series? Can you win a World Series with Miz, Harrison, and then throw in the rest of the guys as a 3-4? Is that good enough?
I mean, I think so. I mean, but it's funny because, it's always like the postseason experience. I am completely comfortable with them being your top three in the regular season. Even Sproat, his last few games, we can just keep the pitch count down. His last few games have looked pretty good. But so I'm comfortable with that in the regular season. But like you said, the postseason, there's only a little bit of experience with Miz there. I don't think Harrison has any. And I know Henderson and Sproat don't have any. So that's where I start to get worried about them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or maybe to counter that, because to play devil's advocate, you look at last year, Miz didn't have any postseason experience, and he pitched really well in the postseason. Chad Patrick was the same too. I just from a comfortability standpoint, I'd feel better if there was another veteran added to that starting mixture. Not saying it would be like a better option than some of the younger guys, but maybe that's the question. Do the Brewers need a veteran starter before the postseason? Do they need to acquire a veteran starter to put in that rotation before the postseason? Is that an important thing, or is that overblown? I think it can be an important thing, and I think it could be, let's assume, and I know it's a big assumption, they don't have any other major injuries to their pitchers. Okay, you add a veteran in. You have the luxury of maybe having a short leash on them when you have arms that can give you multiple innings, like a Chad Patrick, a Shane Drone, a Brandon Sproat, whatever that. Because when you get to the postseason, you're what? Maybe a 4-man rotation, so you can kind of condense it a little bit. So you've got the the ability to have a short leash for a lot of those guys. And if your bullpen guys have experience going multiple innings, that's going to be a benefit when it comes to the postseason. So maybe that's the other side to look at too. But when it comes to pitching, at least I do trust the fact that Chris Hook's going to be able, and Jim Henderson and those guys are going to be able to figure it out with whoever they bring in. More times than not, they have been able to do that. So I feel comfortable in that aspect. But I just, again, I hope nobody faults Brandon Woodruff and puts the blame on him. It's not like he's doing this on purpose. He's not going out there and getting hurt on purpose. And I feel like some fans are going to, kind of call out Brandon Woodruff and label him this and that. The dude has tried everything. And that shoulder injury that he had was a career-threatening injury, and maybe ultimately it is a career-ending injury from him. But that guy has gone through so many bad luck crap the last couple of years that you feel bad for him, because when he has pitched this year, he has looked really good when he's been healthy, like really good, and a guy that can help out this team in October. I hate to say this, but maybe you need to pull the Giovanni Gallardo from 2008 where he got hurt at the beginning of the year and then he came back for the postseason. Maybe you need to do that with Brandon Woodruff. Shut him down, and so he's ready to go when it comes to October. And if you only get 2 games out of Brandon Woodruff or 3 games, maybe that's enough for that postseason run.
Stash him until the NLCS, the World Series, if you make it.
Right?
Yeah.
And I know there's going to be some fans that are just going to be frustrated at Woodruff, but I can't, because what's he supposed to do at this point?
You can be frustrated with the situation, but not at Woodruff.
Right.
I mean,
yep, exactly. And it stinks. It sucks. Yeah, a lot of people are going to point at the fact that he's getting $20 million this year. Was it a risk by the Brewers? 100% was a risk by the Brewers to offer him that qualifying offer. It worked out for Brandon Woodruff. It worked out for him big time. And I wonder what his career now is going to look like going forward. And I hate saying that. But
yeah.
That's because, that dude did a lot for the Brewers. Whether it was a home run off of Kershaw in 2018 or pitching in some big-time moments. Guy has been a really solid player for the Brewers for a long time. It's just that shoulder injury. I think we're going to look at that as the beginning of the downfall, probably. That major shoulder injury. So.
Yeah. That happened in 23, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he
didn't pitch at all in 24.
Mm-hmm.
Kept him out the first half of the season last year, and then the playoffs.
Yep.
And then, it's kept him out now twice this year.
Yep. So, all right. Let's take a quick break, and we'll wrap up the second hour already at halftime here. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. We got about 7 minutes left to the top of the hour. Then we'll hit halftime here. Coming up at about 9 o'clock. Sounds like we'll catch up with Craig Toyson from the Eau Claire Express as the Express, again, doubleheader today. Normally would have the day off because it is All-Star break, but they've been dealt with a lot of rain issues this year. So makeup game against Wausau. So a little after 11 o'clock is the first game, and the second game will be just a little after 2 o'clock today. So if you got nothing going on, or maybe you can move some work meetings over to the ballpark, head on over to Carson Park, and let's play 2 today for the Eau Claire Express before All-Star break. Festivities begin tomorrow, which I know the Express are well represented at the All-Star game at the Field of Dreams, too. So that's going to be a cool thing to see that. But you're talking about 6 players from the Express heading down to the All-Star game. So big congrats to the Express for that, being well represented down there. So, but we'll catch up with Craig in about an hour. Also, send me your VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. What was the best? What was the worst? You can send those on over. I think for me, my worst was, well, the topic of conversation we've talked a lot about so far this morning just has been Brandon Woodruff and that. So that would probably be my worst from the weekend. Best? How about men's soccer and the reversal that they get their top player back and should be an interesting night going up against Belgium. Have you been following the World Cup a little bit off and on, or just kind of casually?
A little bit casually, but kind of keeping up. Saw the 2 games yesterday. I think it was England winning later
against Mexico. Yeah.
Yep, against Mexico. So I'm excited for the game tonight. I remember Belgium eliminating United States in 2014 when they made the round of 16 for the first time in many years. So hopefully it'll be a little bit of a revenge game tonight.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm excited.
7 o'clock tonight. They will, if USA wins, they will play the winner between Portugal and Spain, and that game is at 2 o'clock today, which that would be a tough matchup if USA wins and potentially goes on there. But, I mean, that's the deeper you get in this thing, they're going to be tough matchups, right? So, but we already got some matchups. France versus Morocco. That's going to be on Thursday. Norway, moving on. They took down Brazil yesterday. They will be taking on England on Saturday. So still a couple of more TBDs. We got Switzerland and Colombia in action later on this afternoon. Argentina and Egypt will get going at 11 a.m. This morning too. So as we start to wind down a little bit here with the World Cup, but this is the point in time, I think, especially with USA still in it, more people are probably going to get a little bit more eyes on this thing and follow along a little bit more too.
Yep.
So
just a little correction: the Argentina-Egypt game is tomorrow.
Oh, is it tomorrow at 11?
That's
okay.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
the way the schedule's laid out is a little weird.
Yeah. All right. So good catch there. So, all right, just a few minutes left to the top here. So we've got Brewers versus the Cardinals tonight. We got Shane Drone on the mound. Dustin May is going for the Cardinals here. We've got first pitch for tonight's game going to be at 6:45. Coverage begins 35 minutes prior on your radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. So, how do you like this matchup tonight for the Brewers?
I like it. Hopefully, they can fare a little bit better against Dustin May than last time. I mean, they still got the win, but
he had a quality start. Yeah,
it took some late game heroics. They almost got no hit by him the entire game. So,
yep.
I mean, I like it. Should be a fun match. And Drowan, like we've been pointing out, he's still been solid as a starter. Mm-hmm. So I'm excited.
Yeah. And then coming up tomorrow for their sorry, I was looking at the wrong day. So for tomorrow's doubleheader. So tomorrow is the doubleheader just for scheduling purposes. The first game's going to be at 1:15. Second game is scheduled for 6:45, but Mizorowski's going to get game 1 for the Brew Crew tomorrow. So we'll see the Miz kid showing, had one of those games last week, which he can't be perfect in all of them. I know there was some controversy about the earned and unearned runs, which if it wasn't for the Bowers error, and I know that was a Milwaukee scorer that gave that, but that was a big question why he was not charged with those 4 runs. But that's the way the cookie crumbles.
I think somebody calculated it, and even if you add those 4 runs, I think he's still going to lead the MLB in ERA. So,
yeah.
Did they really matter? I guess we'll find out at the end of the year.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut us off here in just under a minute. So, again, next hour, we'll get back some more Brewers talk in that. We've got our VFW Post 305 best and worst of the weekend. Craig Toyson will be joining us for the Eau Claire Express as we get set for a doubleheader today and then a few days off with the All-Star break. So we'll get to that. Continue to send us your thoughts on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or on the Section 105 chat room on the video stream on YouTube. So we'll get back to some of those comments and stuff coming up here in just a little bit. But, all right, we got to say adios to Justin, but we'll be seeing you again next Monday.
Yeah, sounds good. Can't
6
wait.
to 8 a.m. So, all right. Got some news updates. We'll be back to kick off the third hour after these quick words. All right, here we go. Third hour. Kicking off right now. Halftime is over with. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us a part of your start to this brand new work week here. We're going to get back to some more Brewers talk coming up here in just a little bit as we get set for this series against the Cardinals. 5 games. Got a doubleheader coming your way tomorrow, but we'll preview. Just take it one game at a time, right? Pat Murphy would want us to take a look at it from one game at a time. But with the Brandon Woodruff injury news, kind of a question we threw out there starting in the first hour, an informal poll question we've been throwing out there is, has it made it with his injury, does it make it more important, a bigger need, a bigger necessity that the Brewers have to be aggressive in trying to find another starting pitcher? You can throw in Skubal if you want, if there's another name out there, but do you think it's a bigger, like maybe you were on the fence earlier, but now with Brandon Woodruff, yeah, you feel bad for him. He has done everything he could. You just can't count on him. From a health standpoint, it's not reliable. I can't count on him to be available. And I hate saying that, but I mean, facts are facts right now. It just stinks. So does it make it a little bit more important? Okay, the Brewers have to find maybe that another starter to add into the mix with Miz, Harrison, and Logan Henderson when he does come back. Is it a little bit more important now? What do you say? You can hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912 with quick text and such, or on the Section 105 chat room. So we talked a little Badgers with the Badgers hiring their new athletic director. What are your thoughts on the hire? We're going to talk with RJ about Eichhorst tomorrow, but as part of our Monday morning, because everybody's a Monday morning quarterback, as part of our Monday morning Chat GPT segments where we ask artificial intelligence, we ask the computers to play a little Monday morning quarterback. And in this case, I asked, what do you think? Still looking for a name for our Monday morning Chat GPT person thing, whatever we're calling it these days. What their thoughts were. They like it. It says, I actually think it's a better hire than a lot of Badgers fans are giving it credit for. But it's not without risk. The new AD, Sean Eichhorst, isn't the flashy outside-the-box candidate that some fans wanted. Instead, Wisconsin hired someone who has worked at Wisconsin under Barry Alvarez, been athletic director at 2 Power 5 schools, most recently helped run one of the most successful athletic departments in the country at Texas during its move into the SEC and the NIL era. What our chat maybe we just call it chat it thing says, what I like, he understands what college athletics has become. This isn't 2015 anymore. The biggest job of an athletic director is NIL, revenue sharing, fundraising, conference politics, running athletics like a business. Texas has been at the forefront of all of those. Being the COO there means Eichhorst has been involved in navigating exactly the issues Wisconsin has struggled with. 2, Wisconsin needed stability. After McIntosh left for the Big Ten, Wisconsin didn't necessarily need a celebrity hire. They needed someone who could raise money, modernize operations, and keep Wisconsin competitive in football while protecting the other sports. He checks those boxes. 3, Wisconsin ties matter. Normally, I'm against hiring, quote, Wisconsin guys just because they're Wisconsin guys. But in Madison, understanding the culture actually matters. Wisconsin is different than Texas. It's different than USC. The donors, alumni, and expectations are unique. Eichhorst already knows many of those people and understands how Barry Alvarez built the department. The concern, there is one big elephant in the room, and that's when he was AD at Nebraska. And that's where a lot of the, I think, fans have questions and concerns about. let's face it. I think the biggest thing he needs, job number one, priority number one from a sports, obviously on NIL and fundraising and all that is going to be a huge priority. But from a sports perspective, the program he needs to figure out, the program he needs to fix is football. If we rank all of those sports and the ones that need to be fixed, the one that needs to be figured out, it's football. He's got a background in football, played at UW-Whitewater, so he brings that to the table. Our Monday morning chat GPT person, it gives it a B+ grade. It's not an A because there are legitimate questions from his Nebraska tenure. It's better than a B because he has Big Ten experience, knows Wisconsin, understands modern college athletics, has recent experience at arguably the best run athletic department in America. So, what about you, Badgers fans? Do you look at his Nebraska tenure and be like, I don't feel great about it? Or do you look at that and say that was a long time ago, things have changed, and you look more at his time with Texas and how they've been kind of operating, especially from the football standpoint of things? Let me know. Give me your thoughts on that. All right, tell you what, let's take a quick break. We'll regroup. Continue to send me some of your VFW posts, 305 best and worst from the weekend. I think, my worst is Brandon Woodruff getting hurt again. And I have serious questions and concerns and even some doubts about whether we're going to see him pitch at a high level again. So that's my worst from the weekend. My best, I'm going to go, again, USA Soccer, advancing to the final 16. The group of 16, whatever they call it. Sweet 16. I don't know if I'm just going to call it Sweet 16. Can they get the W tonight? If they get the W tonight, man, I think the nation's going to go bonkers. But what's your best and worst? Send those on over. All right. We'll talk some more Brewers as we get set for this series against the Cardinals. But hit me up with your thoughts on the Brandon Woodruff debate. I don't even know if it's really a debate. Brandon Woodruff issue. The trickle-down effect. Maybe that's the best way to say it. The trickle-down effect from Brandon Woodruff getting hurt and probably going to be missing a very extended amount of time. Trade deadline's coming up next month. Does this make it more important for Matt Arnold and the Brewers to be aggressive at the deadline and maybe find a couple more pitchers? What do you say? Let's hit that up. We'll be back after these few words. Time is running out and spots are running out for the 6th annual Kasper Classic coming your way 1 month from tomorrow, Friday, August 7th at Lake Hallie Golf Course. So you better get on over to our website and reserve your spots. We've only got, 10 a.m. is sold out, and we only got 8 left for 1 p.m. Every year they've sold out, and it's on pace to do it again. So if you want to make sure that you get your 2-person team signed up, again, go to our website. There's an icon right there. Click on it. $90. You get 2-person team, 90 for the whole team. Not 90 per person, 90 for the whole team. That includes your meal. That includes some drink tickets. That includes your 9 holes of golf and your carts. All right. We are in need, though. I am making a call for your help for some raffle donations. So if you got like a prize or an item you'd like to donate for our raffle, because 100% of those proceeds go to help fund Backyard Dreams, we would love it. All right, we would love it. Reach out. Please reach out if you're willing to help. But big thanks to our partners so far: Muldoon's, Park Ridge Distributing, Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, Kelsey Nikolai, Edward Jones, Financial Advisor, Do Dodge, Cambridge, Myron Construction, VFW Post 305, Superior Auto Body, Window World, Home Oasis, Resonance Branding, Claffey Construction, and Carpet City Flooring Center. So if you're also interested in becoming a sponsor, a whole sponsor, please reach out too. We got a few of those spots remaining. But yeah, and we still got some openings in the Surveyor flight, the Surveyor Sam flight, 7:30 tee time. So if you want to get your quick 9 in before maybe you have to head to work, hey, we got openings over there too. So that's coming up a month from tomorrow, man. Already. Ooh, Nelly. Man. All right. Let's talk some more baseball here as we get set for the Brew Crew game 1 of their series with the Cardinals starting tonight. We've got Shane Drowan on the mound going for the Brew Crew. Dustin May is going for the Cardinals. Hopefully the Brewers have a little bit of a better they did pick up the win against Dustin May, but it was a very good start and a quality start by Dustin May. Had that no going there for the longest time. But hopefully the Brewers' offense is going to be a little bit better at this point. But with their issues of runners in scoring position here as of late, maybe that's not the case here. But, let's give some love to Garrett Mitchell. Garrett Mitchell has been playing really well here as of late. And when you look at his numbers, I think these are the numbers that a lot of us as Brewers fans were kind of expecting last year. Like, he was supposed to be the guy that replaced Willy Adames from an offensive standpoint in this lineup. But his issue has always kind of been just health. Hasn't been able to stay healthy, stay in that lineup, and be a consistent presence. Well, he has played 78 games so far this year. And that is obviously the most he has had in his career. The most was 2024 when he had 69 games. And 242 at-bats, the most in his career. He had 196 back in 2024. I mean, he's setting career highs right now, which is no big surprise. Right now, he is tied, though, 8 home runs from when he had in 2024. But if we look at his last 30 games, Garrett Mitchell is hitting a cool 306, an on-base percentage of a 358, and he's slugging 582. He has gotten his numbers up so far this year to where he is a 264 hitter and OPS of an 817. I think it's fair that you look at what he has done lately in the last month or so, maybe even a little bit longer than a month. But if we go from June to where we're at now, Like, he finished the month of June hitting .293 and slugging .507. Right now, a few games into the month of July, I mean, he's not going to sustain these numbers. It'd be awesome if he did. .421 with a 1.000 slugging. But this is the guy that we expected from last year. And a big part is that he's just been able to stay healthy. Been able to stay healthy, stay in that lineup, continue to get ABs, at bats. And even though he had a slower start to the season, he has really rebounded nicely here. And hopefully this is something that can continue for the rest of this regular season and into the postseason. Because let's face it, we all know that the Brewers need as much help as they can offensively. They're scoring runs. They're still tops in a lot of those offensive categories. But there's probably, I mean, they're having issues now with runners in scoring position. It's been an issue that it's secular, right? It's every year. I feel like we are at a point in time in the season where we're talking about an issue of runners in scoring position for the Brewers. They're having problems with this again. And right now they're currently having some issues with that. Where now you're seeing Murphy and such tinkering with the lineup, because for the longest time they were settling in on Yelich, leadoff, Cheerio, Terang, Contreras. Now it's flip-flopped. You got Terang back up at the leadoff spot. You're trying to find something just to kind of get out of the funk here and get things going. But you look at what Mitchell has done, and yeah, you got to tip your cap. And hopefully he can continue to stay healthy and be a nice threat within that line. Jake Bauers, power. I mean, he hasn't after his hot start, he hasn't really cooled down from a power standpoint here for the Brewers. I mean, when you kind of look at it, he 16 home runs on the season, 268. His OPS is an 861. But his last 30 games, Jake Bauers is hitting only 240. But maybe getting back in a little bit of a hot streak here, because in his last 27 at-bats, 296, and he's slugging 556. He is easily the power threat in the middle of this lineup here for the Brewers. And to his credit, I mean, you got to give him credit too. He's been asked to play first. He has been asked to play left field. He has been asked to play right field. They have just tried every DH. They'll put him at different spots just to keep that bat in the lineup. And it can't be the easiest task. But I guarantee you he'll take it. Keep me in. Keep that lineup going. He's having a fantastic year. Bryce Terang has even been hitting, actually numbers-wise. You know, he got off to a really hot start at the beginning of the season. Kind of picked up where he left off in the World Baseball Classic. Then got a little quiet there, but as of late, his last 32 ABs, he's hitting 344. His last 15 games, he's 284. On base, just 294. Slugging 433. But again, the issue that's at hand here is the runners in scoring position. Trying to get those across the board. So what is the biggest concern that you have for the Brewers as we are approaching the All-Star break? You know, they've got Cardinals. They got 5 games, which I think is you look at it from a standings perspective. I mean, the Brewers have a chance to really push down the Cardinals in the standings. But on the other hand, the Cardinals have a really good opportunity to make up a lot of ground in the standings here. Cardinals are opening up the day 7.5 games back from the Brewers. They're in third in the Central, but God forbid, let's say they take 4 out of 5 or something. I mean, that picks up a lot of ground. Flip side, Brewers take 4 out of 5. That really pushes down the Cardinals in the standings. And then you got the Cubs in second, who are just 6 back. But you look at the upcoming schedule here with these games against the Cardinals, and then you've got the Pirates to wrap up this weekend before the All-Star break. What is the biggest concern you have right now for the Brewers as we inch closer to the All-Star break? Is it starters, starting depth, starting pitching depth? Is it bullpen, where you're like, man, a lot of leverage, the bullpen's been asked to do a lot, you'd like some reinforcements or some health in there? Or is it offense, specifically, again, runners in scoring position? Maybe you need that impact bat, that consistent impact bat. What's the biggest concern you have for the Brewers out of those three? Let me know. Hit me up. All right, we got to take a quick break as we are approaching the bottom of the hour, but we'll get to your thoughts coming up after these few words. Believe it or not, hunting season preparation starts right now, and there is no better place to gear up than at Tilden Gun in Chippewa Falls. Whether you are looking to upgrade your deer rifle, pick up a new turkey gun, or add a dependable shotgun for traps, sporting clays, or target shooting, Tilden Gun has a wide selection of firearms from the brands that you know and trust. Their knowledgeable staff can help you find the perfect fit for your hunting style, experience level, and budget. Plus, you will find ammunition, accessories, optics, and more to help you get the most out of every trip to the range or into the field. Don't wait until the season is right around the corner. Get prepared now and shoot with confidence later. Stop by Tilden Gun in Chippewa Falls and see why sportsmen and shooting enthusiasts throughout the Chippewa Valley trust Tilden Gun for all of their firearm needs. Was just there last week and picked up Hudson's first deer rifle from Tilden Guns. So it's good to hang out and chat a little bit with Hunter. Big shout out to Hunter for helping select the right deer rifle for Hudson for his first deer rifle. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. What's this? Oh, okay. Never mind. Something about Kawhi Leonard. Apparently he's going to sign an extension for Toronto, or there's talks about that. All right, interesting. Backed over there. But, yeah, quite a few of you saying it's, I shouldn't, top two picks are starting pitcher and another bat still. Kind of an informal poll question. But, which one concerns you the most? I'd say it is definitely between starting pitcher and still offense or runners in scoring position is what we kind of officially called it. And then third is bullpen depth. But I still don't see the Brewers, and I could be completely wrong and I could be completely off. I still don't see the Brewers being uber aggressive with Skubal. And the thing is, too, when you look at this, I mean, standings wise, there's so many teams yet that are still kind of in it, right? They're still in it. I mean, you look at it from the American League standpoint, you've got every team except Kansas City and the Angels that are within 5 games of a playoff spot, within a wild card spot. That includes the Tigers. The Tigers are 5 games back. So I don't think they're ready to move on yet. Maybe they are. Maybe I don't know. But you look at the National League, and it's kind of similar. You've got 3 teams, though, Giants, Mets, and Rockies, that are at least 11 games back from wild card spot. But then it's the Reds who are 7 games back. But then there's another gap, and it's the Padres who are 4 games back. And I don't see the Padres necessarily being sellers. Diamondbacks are 4 games back. Washington Nationals, for crying out loud, are just 3 games back. Pittsburgh's 3 games back. The Marlins are right there, too. Cardinals just holding on to the slightest advantage over Miami for that final wild card spot with a 540 win percentage. Miami's at 538. So, I mean, right now, when you look at it, how many teams are actually going to be sellers and what are going to be buyers? We are officially less than a month away from the trade deadline, which is August 3rd. And if there's not going to be that many teams selling, well, then we know it's supply and demand. If the demand is high for certain pitchers or certain position players, prices are going to be high. Let's say, let's say in a couple weeks here, the Tigers say we're open for business for Skubal. There's going to be a lot of teams that would be interested in him, and maybe some more aggressive than the others. But that also has a trickle-down effect for the other potentially available players. Skubal will demand a high return package if he is, in fact, going to be on the market. So if that's too high for some teams, maybe like the Brewers, and they go to the next available starting pitcher and the next available starting pitcher, those prices are going to be high too because, well, if the Tigers price out some teams, other teams then be like, okay, now you want this guy? Well, it's going to take this. Prices are going to be high with all these teams that are still kind of, just a few games back. This week is I think going to be an interesting week to kind of see where teams line up heading into the All-Star break. Like, for example, let's say the Tigers win their next they've got a series against the Athletics starting tomorrow. So what, Tigers have 2 series. Let's say they sweep their next 2 series and all of a sudden you're like just 2 games out. I mean, that changes a lot of things. A lot of this, it's going to be interesting to see when we get into next week's All-Star break and see where teams are lined up in the standings and kind of give us an idea of like, okay, because I think that's going to be a week too where teams are probably going to really assess and really kind of figure out what's our plan now? What are we going to do? And that includes the Brewers. I think the Brewers next week during All-Star break they're going to have to sit there and kind of hash it out, look at the roster, look at the current state of things, look at injuries, performance, and be like, do we go for this thing? Do we push the needle? Do we be uber aggressive? Do we stay status quo? Do we make some minor deals? I think they have to come up with a game plan. They have to work on that game plan in the All-Star break. Because even just if we just look at it from a National League standpoint, Atlanta and Philadelphia is now a race. I mean, Philadelphia has clawed their way back. Atlanta has struggled here a little bit, but you look at where that division race is now, and when you looked at it maybe a couple months ago, and Atlanta was running away with that thing. Philadelphia is now just 3 games back. Hell, Miami is 4.5 back. That race is a little bit closer than what the NL Central is right now. The Brewers hold a 6-game lead over the Cubs, who are in second place. St. Louis is 7.5 back. So I would imagine Atlanta is probably going to be aggressive in trying to find some players by the trade deadline. Philly may be in the same boat. We know the Dodgers are going to be looking. What maybe helps this, though, is, okay, Padres and Diamondbacks, they're under 500, and they're 4 games back. They're not out of it. And this is a big series between the Diamondbacks and the Padres starting today. But, I mean, if, like, let's say the Padres continue to kind of maybe fall, does that take them out of being a buyer? It's going to be interesting to see where some of these teams line up and where they're at in the All-Star break. I mean, look at the Yankees, 1-9 in their last 10. The worst time to be going through that stretch because Tampa Bay went 8-2, and now Tampa Bay holds a 4-game lead over them. Hell, Boston's on an 8-2 run in their last 10. I mean, they're still 12.5 back, so I don't think they'd catch up to them much. But going back to the main point is, I still don't see the Brewers being super aggressive for a guy like Skubal. Could they go and find a veteran starter somewhere? I think that does move up in the priority list. You try to find a starter elsewhere. If you can get another bullpen arm, I think if I were a betting person, if I was trying to get into the mind of Matt Arnold and his priority list of trying to improve the Brewers before that All-Star break, I think he's going to look for a starter, and I think he's going to look for a bullpen arm before he looks for another bat. That's how I feel he's going to go. It might go in the order of bullpen arm 1, starter 2, bat 3. It just feels like every year the Brewers make a move for another bullpen arm. And I just wonder if they look at their bullpen as, we've got guys in there that got starting experience. We've got guys in there that can go multiple innings. So if we get a bullpen arm, we have some flexibility with these other guys, maybe put them back into starting roles. I just wonder if that's the philosophy. I'd be curious to hear from some Twins fans, though. Hit me up with a text or a message. If you are a Twins fan right now and you look at the standings, the AL Central, it's kind of a crazy place. The White Sox are in first place. Guardians are a game back. Twins are just 4 back. But when you look at it from a wild card standpoint, the Twins are just 1.5 back, 1.5 games back right now. They've got I would say, a fairly big series going up against Cleveland starting tomorrow. But let's say the Twins enter the All-Star break 1 game back, 1.5 games back, 2 games back of a wild card spot. Or maybe they are in a wild card. Do you want your team to be sellers? Add more future young talent, move on for some veteran players? I'd be curious to hear from Twins fans what they want to see their team do. All right. Let's take a quick break as we wrap up the third hour. Send me your Brewers thoughts. Brandon Woodruff, Garrett Mitchell, Jake Bowers, or whoever else you want to talk about. Send it on over. Okay. We'll take a quick break as we start to wrap up the third hour. We'll be right back after these few words. Summer is here, and that means it's time to hit the road in something that you love. At Toyson Ford, you will find a great selection of new and pre-owned vehicles ready for every adventure. You're looking for power, comfort, reliability? Hey, they've got it all, backed by a team that's committed to making your car buying experience easy and stress-free. So whether it's a weekend getaway or your daily drive, make sure that you are riding in style this summer. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, where your next journey begins. About 10 minutes left to the top of the hour. Continue to send me some of your Brewers stuff. Badger fans, do you like the new AD, the hire of the new athletic director, Sean Eichhorst? Do you have concerns? We're going to talk to RJ about this tomorrow, but is a Barry Alvarez guy, the UW Whitewater grad, so guys coming home. Or do you have concerns where a lot of Badgers fans maybe have some concern? And that's when he was AD at Nebraska during that tenure. What are your thoughts on the hire, though? Let me know. Hit me up, okay? I was looking at, as we itch closer at the end of the month, if you're a football fan, we are getting close to training camp. So that is coming up on the horizon here. So ESPN has ranked the top rosters, best projected starting lineups. Best projected starting lineups. Number 1 is the Rams. Number 2 is the Eagles. 3 is the Seahawks. 4 is the Bills. 5 is the Ravens. 6, the Lions. 7, Patriots. 8, Broncos. 9, Texans. 10, the Packers. What do they say about Green Bay? Biggest strength? Safety. Quarterback was a consideration, but a safeties room led by Xavier McKinney gets the nod. McKinney produced 8 interceptions in 2024 and finished top 12 among safeties in tackles and pass deflections in 2025. Evan Williams has emerged as a solid starter, and Javon Bullard, whose primary focus is slot corner, adds depth/insurance. Biggest weakness? Interior defensive line. The Packers defense sported a solid pass rush, but ranked 24th in run stop win rate last season. Devontae Wyatt is eyeing a rebound season after an injury-riddled 2025. Running mates Carl Brooks, Warren Brinson, Nazir Stackhouse, and Jonathan Ford all ranked near the bottom of the position in PFF grade last season. Third-round pick Chris McClellan and free agent addition Javon Hargrave could help steady the ship, though the latter is no longer an elite producer at the age of 33. X Factor for 2026. Their run pass ratio, despite designing one of the league's most efficient passing games, Matt LaFleur's weakness has been leaning too heavily on running the football. In 2025, the Packers recorded a .21 EPA per play on designed pass plays, second best, and minus .02 EPA per designed run, 16th. Despite that huge gap in efficiency, the Packers ranked 26th in pass rate over expected per Next Gen Stats. If Green Bay puts the ball in quarterback Jordan Love's hands more often, it should win more games. I feel like a lot of you listeners out there were clamoring for that last year too, that you wanted that to happen. You wanted to see Matt LaFleur put the ball in Jordan Love's hands more often, that you wanted to see that happen. Well, some of those advanced statistics and numbers kind of prove that. Non-starter to know. Savion Williams. Williams is tall and fast, but was always going to be a developmental player in the NFL. He was mostly a gadget player his rookie season with more carries than receptions. Has he advanced enough to play a major role in the Packers passing game if one of their starting wide receivers gets hurt? Another mention about Savion Williams. We've focused so heavily on Christian Watson, Jane Reed, Matthew Golden, Tucker Kraft at tight end. Heck, even Sky Moore from a returning standpoint. I can agree with Savion Williams being maybe a under-the-radar type of guy this year. In case you're wondering, the other NFC North teams, where they rank on this. So Lions were 6, Packers 10, Bears 17. The Vikings come in at number 22. Really quick for the Vikings, they put biggest strength as pass catchers. Biggest weakness, running back. For the Bears, they put the biggest strength is offensive line. Biggest weakness, defensive line. For the Lions, really quick, I was a little surprised they had the Lions at 6 that high. But biggest strength, offensive playmakers, which makes a ton of sense when you got Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, and Sam Laporta. Biggest weakness is secondary again. Probably no big surprise because of the Terry and Arnold situation. He was released. So, yeah, we are getting close to camp. I think some teams actually start in like 2.5 weeks, believe it or not. Hard to believe. Yeah, end of the month, we're already going to have training camp and preseason stuff going on. All right. We'll get back to some more baseball talk. We've got Craig Toyson joining us next hour to talk some Eau Claire Express with us. The Express have a doubleheader today. First game's actually going to be in a couple hours, going up against Wausau, and then it's the All-Star break. The Express sending 6 players to the All-Star game. 6, half dozen. So, well represented down at the Field of Dreams for the Eau Claire Express. So, we'll talk to Mr. Toyson about that and the second half of the season here, too. First half complete, but the Express looking to capture that second half championship after a solid finish to the first half. Lacrosse did come away with the first half championship, so we'll see if the Express can get that second half one. But got that to kick off the next hour. We'll get back to some more Brewers talk as we preview game 1 of 5 between the Brewers and the Cardinals. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Continue to send me your thoughts on the Badgers' new athletic director. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Are you a little like, I don't know. I'm a little nervous with Sean getting hired. A few of you saying you don't you're not confident in the hire. Let's just say I'm trying to keep it appropriate here. Let's just say a couple of you that have chimed in said that you're not confident in the hire, and it boils down to his performance at Nebraska. How much do we factor in what he did at Nebraska when it was like 10 years ago? Should we factor more what he was a part of with Texas? Or should we factor in more when he was the main man in charge at Nebraska and for a hot minute at Miami? What are your thoughts? All right, shot clock's going to cut me off. So we'll get back to your feedback on that. You can still send me your VFW post 305 best and worst from the weekend. Play along, send them on over. Hit me up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line at 715-830-1912 with your best and worst from the weekend. Or you can join in on the Section 105 chat room on the YouTube video stream. Don't forget to follow and subscribe to that YouTube video stream. It's free. That's why I hate using the word subscribe, but ring that bell so we can get some more followers on the YouTube page too. So if you have a quick second to do that, that would be really kind and really awesome of you. All right, news updates, and we'll be back to kick off the final hour in just a couple minutes. It is the final hour on this Monday morning of July 6th. Thanks for hanging out with us for this morning to begin a brand new work week here. Appreciate you tuning in, whether it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, or streaming us up online. You got the app, your smart devices, video stream also rocking and rolling. Well, if you've got the day off still, maybe you took an extended weekend, or maybe you're looking for somewhere for a little lunch break at the work hour, head on over to Carson Park, because let's play 2 today. We've got a doubleheader before the All-Star break, and, well, my guest right now, he's ready to head up to the ballpark. He's got the Express jersey on and everything. So, Mr. Craig Toyson joining us in studio.
Morning.
How you doing?
Doing great. Great. We are full-fledged baseball season now, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, first off, you had a doubleheader on Friday. You got another doubleheader here, too. I know rain has been kind of your bugaboo for some of these games.
It's not even the threat. It's not even rain. It's the threat of rain, because there's such a big walk-up crowd in Eau Claire. And that was something for Jake to get used to as the general manager. Like, hey, Eau Claire decides last minute what they're doing every night. So the threat of rain is what really kills us. But, yeah, we've had a little bit more this year. Farmers are probably happy. We're not at the ballpark, but we're working through it.
Yeah, but it is, you got Wausau coming into town, so a little after 11 first pitch today, just a couple hours from now. So, yeah. And then 2:05 is scheduled for the next one.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to come to today's game, it's me a little different, just with it being a doubleheader, being a day game. So $5 G8 tickets. Just use the code on our website. It's got to be the EauClaireExpress.com. Day game, all one word, day game. $5 G8 tickets today.
That's a heck of a deal.
If you're listening to the podcast, I apologize. It's too late for you.
Yeah. So, but if you're listening right now, take advantage of that deal. No doubt about it. I can't believe we're already a few games into the second half of the season.
It's
too.
Mind blowing. The seasons just fly by.
Right.
Fly by.
It's we'll get to the second half here coming up in a little bit, but we got All-Star break coming up after today too, and the Express well represented half dozen players.
Yeah, 6 players, and I'm not gonna try to name them all, because I'll leave somebody out, and I'm gonna think we'll have dead air here as I'm trying to get my brain working this early in the morning. But yeah, we led the Northwoods League in All-Stars this year, including CJ Varsha, which is pretty cool. So I think Dale was excited to get an All-Star break and spend some time alone at home with the family, and now he's traveling to Dyersville. So yeah.
But, I mean, from your perspective, to have the most All-Stars represented, I mean, that's got to be pretty cool as in order to see that your team's going to be well represented at the Field of Dreams, too.
At the Field of Dreams, I can't wait to see the ballpark down there. I was there a couple of years ago. The Major League Park was closed down as they were doing renovations to it. So I believe we might be the first event at the newly renovated stadium here.
Oh, nice.
And talked to a guy from who'd been down in Illinois last week, and he said the corn is already like chest high down there. So I'm hoping Iowa's about the same way. But it's going to be awesome to see. I can't wait to get down there and to have 6 guys representing our team. We felt we've been underrepresented the last couple of years, so to have this kind of representation now this year, that's pretty awesome. And excited for the guys to get that chance.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a fun group to watch. You guys made a run at that first half championship too, with some great play down the stretch. Is that something you think you guys can use in the second half to capture that second half championship?
Yeah, we had a tight games down the stretch. Couldn't quite get over the hump with lacrosse. But everybody has a shift in rosters in the second half. It's just kind of how it goes with the way the world of college baseball these days. We had some great talent come in. I think our pitching staff's going to continue to remain strong and keep us in games. Just a matter of having timely hits. We had some of those on the 4th of July. Couldn't quite get over the hump, but Matthew Malik hit 2 out, and just a matter of making plays, minimizing errors. Rochester found that out last night. I believe they had 8 errors in the game, so we were able to sneak one out there, which is a great feeling. So staying competitive and playing our best baseball is all we got to do.
Give them their first loss of the second half too.
Yes,
against Rochester.
Yeah, they're 5-1. I believe we're 4-3 here in the second half. So it's we got opportunities.
Right, exactly. Going back to the doubleheader thing too. You mentioned with like the rules and constraints. Does that put a lot of pressure on like Dale and the team that you got to play 2 games in one day with what you can use for pitchers or who you can use in that?
Yeah, I'm very thankful we've extended out pitching staffs in the Northwoods League the last couple of years, just because doubleheaders really do put a lot of strain on staffs. And if for some reason you have a starter have a short outing, all of a sudden now you go for so we're doing two 7-inning games today, I believe.
Yep.
Actually, or the 9. Either way.
Okay.
But I mean, you have 14 innings of baseball to get through. That can be a lot of pressure in a bullpen, and not only does it affect you that day, it'll affect you for days to come. So to have good planning of how the game's going to lay out, executing that game plan, having the starters go deep in the game, it just takes a lot of pressure off the team going forward for the rest of the week because the baseball doesn't stop. This one's a little bit odd because it's the last one before the All-Star break here. But we work through it.
Right. I noticed too on Friday's game because we were there watching, and your PA announcer for the other team announcing, at 35 pitches. Is that something, because I heard a lot of people say, why are they announcing that he's at 35 pitches?
Yeah, that's always a question that comes up, and that's a debate with baseball experts of how we should protect pitchers. And there's been some studies that the Northwoods League believes in that show an inning where you throw 35 pitches or more that you really shouldn't throw after that continuous of a strain and that short amount of a time frame can put a lot of stress on the arm. So 100 pitches, we always will make the announcement, 105 again because the guy's got to finish that batter and then he's done. You don't see guys go that late very often unless they're really throwing a gem, but 35 in an inning is something they stick to. And frankly, if somebody's thrown 35 in an inning, they're probably not going to come back out anyway because it's taken a lot of things going wrong to get to that point. Unfortunately, it happens to every team a couple times a year where a starter just doesn't have it in the first inning. A reliever comes in, just can't find the zone or whatever else is going on, getting barreled up. But 35 pitches is just kind of the call sign where it's like, hey, that guy's got to come out after this inning.
Since the first time I talked to you to where you're at now, we talked to you at the beginning of the season. I think it was right on opening day.
Yeah.
And now we're into the second half of the season. Now that you've gotten to know the team a little bit more and the players and such, what has really stood out to you so far from this group of guys?
Really, really a tight group of guys. And we talked about that a little bit at the beginning of the year, that how much early season road trips actually help the team bond. And we had one of those longer ones. Went up to Canada, Thunder Bay, went out to Dickinson, North Dakota, to the Badlands, Big Sticks. And having that time together on the bus, having that time together in the hotels, at the ballpark together, where they're forced to hang out with each other. You can only be on your phone for so long. But to see them out there throwing the football around, see them playing hacky sack, playing long toss together, just hanging out talking in the dugouts before the game start. It's really a tight group of guys and a good group of guys. We had an incident in the game on Friday night where a bat came out of a guy's hand, nearly hit a fan, and it was one of the most scary things I've witnessed. And it was, all the netting's in place, things are there. It's just we could throw the bat at that spot in the net 5,000 times and it wouldn't happen how it happened. Nobody got hurt, thankfully, but I went down in the dugout to get a ball sign just to give to that person as a goodwill thing and like, hey, thank God we're all okay. But so I got to hang out with the team in the dugout and you can see how close they are, how much the new dugouts do make a difference too, because the whole team is in there the entire game. Guys will go down to the bullpen and pitch, but the bullpen pitchers are tighter with the position players than they've been in the past. So it's really a good group of guys, and I think we see that baseball, as much as any sport, is a chemistry sport. So if we can continue to build on that, have good at-bats, have good times on the mound, have good performances on there, there's a lot that this team can accomplish.
Yeah, and you can kind of hear it, too, when you go to a game, how they're just kind of like, when there's a guy up to bat and, just that communication.
A lot of chatter. A lot of chirping, chatter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and those bullpens, too, I mean, they're not stuffed in there. There still looks like there's some decent space in there, too, even with the bullpen.
Yeah, it's great. And especially like this spring, UW Eau Claire really benefited from it, too, because those are bigger programs with 40 guys or something like that. So to have all those guys in one spot, it does really help bond a team together.
Right, exactly. So with the All-Star break, because normally today would have been an off day for you guys. But what's kind of for the guys that are not going to the All-Star break? Are they still sticking around, just kind of some downtime?
What's some of them, the transfer portal's open. Guys are always looking at that stuff. So some guys are going to probably go look at some schools during the stretch. This is one of the favorite parts for host families because players are around and have free time to have family meals, hang out with each other, go do activities. Some of them will go to like a Twins game or go to a Brewers game and take them to see a Major League Park that maybe they haven't been to yet. But it's just kind of a chance to pay back those host families with some of that bonding time that you don't get to have some of during the regular season because they're just so busy and on the road.
Right. And I do got to give a shout out to your social media team too, because it was it the July 4th game, the video of the locker room. Somebody's got some sweet dance moves, just with that too. So you guys have been knocking it out of the park with that.
They're having a lot of fun this year. It's a good group of interns. They're very tight-knit, and they're having a lot of fun.
Yeah. Definitely. So after the All-Star break, just kind of looking at the schedule, then you guys are going to be on the road right away at Thunder Bay, then La Crosse. So, I mean, after today, then the next home game is going to be next Tuesday.
Yeah, so it's going to be a weird month. I think everybody has heard now that Eau Claire's Fest is taking place at Carson Park, and don't cry for the Express. We were very much a part of that collaboration and fully endorse that event going on, and Root and Justin and the whole team with that event success. But yeah, we'll be on the road quite a bit. I think we only have 3 games for the next couple of weeks at home until that festival's over. So it's going to be a little bit challenging. But again, this is a chance where we can see some bonding time for those guys to get to know each other in the road a little bit better. As second half guys roll in, first half guys kind of finish up their time, and we'll go from there.
So there's going to be some new guys coming in potentially for the second half?
Yeah, they're all here now pretty much. Zach Peters pitched for us last night. He's going to be one of the new closers. Ali Martel, who's been lights out, one of our all-stars, is finishing up his time. His coach wants him to get back to Illinois. So wishing him well. He's been great. But really excited about the guys we got coming in. We get some good arms this year. A lot of velocity, which is cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. So got to know, too, July 16th is our upcoming next tailgate Thursday, and we're going big on this one. Because that is the day before my 40th.
Okay. That's my anniversary on the 16th. So
is it?
Tell my wife, where else would you want to be than Carson Park for your anniversary?
Well, we're putting together quite the tailgate party. I'm working with the crew at Park Ridge, too. So we're going to be at the Eagles Nest up there, too. So
awesome.
We're going to be...
That'd be a great time.
Yeah, going to have a little tailgate party beforehand, too. So
I was up there with the post-77 Legion team on the 4th of July. We had a great time.
Yeah, that was cool, too. I mean, that Carson Park's been really busy, and we'll continue to be busy with the Legion baseball.
Always,
and then, Eau Claire Fest, as you mentioned, and that. And man, it looks like it's still in great shape with the field, too.
Oh, the grounds crew does an amazing job, and I always look forward to that July 4th game when Chip was 17U, plays Eau Claire's Junior Legion 17U team, and then the 19U's, the Senior Legion teams play each other. It's a special day for those kids because not every one of them are going to have long-term experiences there. So the chance to get to play on Carson Park, having your name announced, having your name on the video board, it's a cool day. So I just anytime we get kids involved in Carson Park, and you've seen it with youth teams of the night and youth leagues of the night that we're doing this year. Anytime we can get kids involved, it makes for a much better experience and long-lasting memories for them.
I mean, Hudson just the other day asked me, he's like, Dad, can we play a Little League game at Carson Park? I'm like, you might have to wait a little bit to get to that one. But
we're working on that stuff. It might take a change in playing surface at some point, but we'll see how things go. Yeah.
But that's kind of the how he looks at Carson Park and how cool that environment is and watching all those players.
It's a rare gift. There was a scout here watching a guy from Rochester the other night, and he just couldn't say enough good about Carson Park. And I think that's something that we tend to forget here because when you're around something all day, every day, throughout a summer, you see the warts and you see the things wrong. And it's a special ballpark. You walk up to it, it's an eye-opener when you see that statue of Henry Aaron. You see that sandstone brick on the outside there. And you see the historic grandstand that's still in that historic shape, but then some of the amenities that we've added, some of the amenities that are still coming. Like I said, he just couldn't say enough good about the ballpark, and that's a guy who's been in every ballpark in the country, scouting guy. So it was pretty awesome to hear.
Kids-wise, too, we talk a lot about that with the interaction to the players and such. I mean, these group of guys. I mean, Hudson hasn't even. I'm just going to use my kid as a reference again here too. We were watching the game Friday, and your right fielder Philip over there was spinning the glove on his finger, and he's like, "Dad, watch that guy." And then he keeps talking, and then all of a sudden that's his second favorite Express player this year. His first one, CJ, because CJ helped him out at a camp hitting clinic. So he's like already attached to these to these players. When you hear stuff like that and you see these kids interact with these players, I mean, what is that? Kind of like a proud dad sort of thing when you watch that a little bit.
Because like when I coach kids, the ultimate goal is to get them to be better, not only at baseball or whatever sport we're in, but you want to help prepare them for life. So my own son missed a sign in a game a couple weeks ago, and I told him, you need to go talk to the head coach about that. And he didn't want to, and made him do it. And I said, look, this isn't even a baseball thing. This is about, you graduate in high school after next year. You're going to go out in the world. You're going to, be someone's employee at some point. You need to learn to take accountability when you make mistakes. So we want to teach that stuff when you're a part of sports, and that's the ultimate goal, is to learn how to work in a team environment and also have individual success and have self accountability. So when I see those young players, the Express players, on the field doing all the right things, signing autographs after the game, asking kids their name, asking them about them, having a moment, giving them a nux, things like that. Those are amazing moments to me. And that's where I always stand where I stand after the game, where I can see that causeway where the players are giving autographs. It's my favorite part of it is watching those bonding moments. Because I was a kid like that once. My kids were that age once, and it's awesome to see that stuff. So I'm very proud when the players make those relationships here with kids in Eau Claire.
Absolutely. So, also today I want to throw out there because I just saw that you guys posted this on Facebook a few minutes ago, but you're going to be giving away concert tickets to the Northern Wisconsin State Fair today. So first come, first serve at ticket window number 1.
Perfect.
So
yeah.
Fair's
this week. It's hard to believe it's this week already.
I
But
know, right?
I was on the board of directors there for 9 years and very proud of what we've done and accomplished there and how that fair has continued to grow and thrive in a changing environment. And the acts that are brought in and the commitment to agriculture there, it's a great event. So if you have time this week, please get out to the Northern Wisconsin State Fair.
Exactly. So, all right. Well, I know you got to be itching to get to the ballpark here soon.
Got to run to the office quick here, the car office real quick, and then I'll be down there. But if I can real quick, I was going to say happy birthday to my dad. It is his birthday today. I won't say how many years, but it is, my dad's birthday today, so happy birthday to him.
Well, happy birthday. Is he going to be over by Fan Deck again, checking people in? That's
I'm pretty
every
sure
time I see him,
that's
he's
where he
over
likes
there.
to be. So I'm pretty sure he'll be there. So if you see him today, be sure to wish him a happy birthday.
Putting the bracelets on
Absolutely.
and such. So we'll tell him happy birthday for us, too.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, hey, congratulations on representing the All-Star game. 6 Eau Claire
Excited
Express
about it,
players. You guys are having a great season so far, and we'll chat again soon, too.
Thanks, Dan.
You got it. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with plenty more coming up after these few words. What's the latest and greatest going on at Hy-Vee for their sales? Hey, how about cherries? Yeah, $3.99 per pound Northwest red cherries. Cherry season, man. Tombstone frozen pizzas, we're talking about $3.99, people. $3.99 for a Tombstone frozen pizza this time of year. If you got kiddos in baseball and you're traveling all over because you got games, you got practice, hey, that's a quick meal right there in itself. $2.99. We're talking Hy-Vee spring water, 24 packs with the weather that's warm. Put those in a cooler. That's another good deal for kids on the go and summer activities, and they're playing outside. Hey, grab a quick bottle of water. Make sure you stay hydrated. Go check out the latest Hy-Vee ad. Just go to their Facebook page, Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, and click the link right on there. You just click on it, and boom, the link's there. And don't forget, when you shop at Hy-Vee, you could also save at the pump, at the gas pump with their fuel savers too. You get it all done at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. Big thanks to our friend Craig Toyson for joining us again for our Monday morning Eau Claire Express chat. Don't forget, they've got a doubleheader today. Then they're going to be off for a couple days here because it is All-Star break. They originally weren't going to have a game here today, but rain has been kind of a bugaboo. So they're doing a doubleheader against Wausau today. Wausau today at Carson Park. First game 11:05 and then 2:05. And then it's All-Star break where the Express are going to be well represented. A half a dozen, 6 players going to be playing in the All-Star game over at the Field of Dreams. Man, that has got to be so cool. Just come on. If you play baseball, the fact that you get to play on the Field of Dreams field has got to be one of the coolest things in the world. I haven't been there. It's on my bucket list. I'd love to go check it out. I want to go play catch on that field. I've always said, Field of Dreams is a movie that I think has changed for you personally, maybe the older you get. When I was younger, I liked it because it was a baseball movie. Cool, baseball movie. Now that I'm a dad, older, it's got a different meaning to me. So that's going to be so cool, especially for Dale to watch CJ go play in the All-Star game on that field. That's going to be awesome too. So big congrats. Big congrats to all of them. Don't forget, if you ever missed a portion of our conversation or missed our conversations with the Express every Monday morning, you can check it out on the All Aboard the Eau Claire Express podcast. That episode will be up a little bit later on this morning. So it is a baseball day with 2 games at Carson Park for the Express. And then, of course, we've got the Brew Crew back in action tonight, taking on the Cardinals. 6:45 first pitch. Coverage will begin 35 minutes prior, so about 6:10 today. Shane Drone is going to be on the mound for the Brew Crew. Shane Drone, looking at what has he done for us lately? What has he done for the Brewers lately? Well, he's been pretty solid. His last game back on July 1st against the Reds, he went 5 2/3, gave up 2 earned runs, struck out 7, only had 1 walk. Before that, the Reds, the 24th, he went 4 1/3, gave up 5 hits, struck out 5, no earned runs, but did issue 3 walks. Before that, against Cleveland, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run. Since that Philadelphia game where he went 5 innings and gave up 4 earned runs, it's been pretty darn solid. And this is a guy that has, if you were to describe or pick a wild card player for the Brewers this year, I think Shane Drone would be on that short list. He was really good in the month of May as a bullpen guy. 7 games, 1.72 ERA in the month of May. And then in the month of June, thrown in as and it was a long relief type of performance too. It's not just like a half inning. In the month of May, he would go 1 inning, 3 innings, 1 inning, 4 1/3, inning and a third, 3 innings, 2 innings. And then June, hey, go be a starter. We need you to be a starter. 1-1 in 5 games, 3.65 ERA. Kind of been that wild card guy that's been asked to do a lot. And this is, how many other Brewers pitchers throughout the last 10 years have we kind of described that? Adrian Hauser was like that. Aaron Ashby was kind of like that before he's kind of settled into this role. Brandon Woodruff was a bullpen guy. Corbin Burns was a little bit bullpen guy with some spot starts in there too. I mean, this has kind of been the way for a lot of different Brewers pitchers. You start off as a bullpen guy, or you start off as a spot starter bullpen. Freddie Peralta's kind of, I mean, he got that start on Mother's Day to open up season, but then did some bullpen stuff too. So, but Shane Drone's been a nice addition. Kind of, we talk about the Kyle Harrison additions, and we've talked about the Brandon Sprout, additions. I don't think we talk enough about Shane Drone. He was a part of that Kyle Harrison deal. Harrison obviously, and rightfully so, gets the attention from that deal. Then David Hamilton's thrown in there. He gets, playing time. Not every day, but quite a bit of playing time, position player and such. And then it was like Shane Drone's just kind of like the throw-in, I feel like, for a lot of people. Yet this guy has been very, very solid for this team. A really good throw-in piece, if that's what we want to classify it as. But let's maybe kind of give a little bit more credit to Shane Drone, but also maybe more for Matt Arnold as well, to throw him a part of that package that we got with Kyle Harrison. Kyle Harrison, Shane Drone, David Hamilton for Caleb Durbin, Andrew Monasterio, Anthony Siegler, and a comp round draft pick. What's Caleb Durbin been doing lately? Okay, his average is up to a 223. Caleb Durbin actually is now up to 8 home runs for this season. Maybe kind of settling in here a little bit. Just kind of curious. Caleb Durbin in the month of, he had a really good month of June. Caleb Durbin hit 326 with 6 home runs in the month of June. So, all right, he bounced back nicely. And we don't have anything against Caleb Durbin. I hope nobody has anything against Caleb Durbin. But we all kind of look at that to see, who's winning that trade in that. So, but man, Shane Drone has been a nice added piece to it too. All right, let's take a quick break. Plenty more to get to. We're at the bottom of the hour, so we're halfway through the final hour, the final quarter, which means final calls for your best and worst from the weekend. BFW Post 305, best and worst from the weekend. You can send those on over. And final call on, all right, with the Brandon Woodruff injury, back on the injured list, does it make it more important for the Brewers to go out there and get a starting pitcher? Does it make it more important for the Brewers to go out there to find another veteran starting pitcher? Is that priority one? Is that priority bullpen? Is that priority another bat? How much does a Brandon Woodruff injury kind of maybe change that priority list for you? Let me know. All right, final call on that. We'll take a quick break. Back with more after these quick words. Looking for the perfect summer hangout? Well, then you need to make your way on over to the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. Enjoy beautiful views overlooking the river, some great food, cold beverages, and some of the best live local music you will find anywhere in the Chippewa Valley. Whether you're meeting friends after work or spending a summer evening outdoors, the VFW Post 305 is the place to be. Great views, great music, great times. That's the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. John on our texting line this morning says, my best of the weekend is the Brewers winning 2 out of 3 and the Cubs losing 2 out of 3. Worst of the weekend is that I took down my 2021 Bucks championship poster that was in my man cave. The Hall of Famer G-Man says, best is the Brewers taking 2 out of 3 from Arizona. Worst, not listening to on the radio. Thanks, G-Man. Hope all is well, sir. Good to hear from the Hall of Famer himself. But what else do we got here? Joe says, oh, yeah, his Express player made it to the All-Star game. So they're heading to the All-Star game down in Iowa. That's cool. That's awesome. You've been so, Joe, does that qualify for your ballpark tour? You know, you've been hitting, Joe mentioned that he's trying to hit up all the ballparks. Does Field of Dreams one? That's got to qualify, right? That's got to count. I'd count it. No doubt about it. Heck yeah, man. Looks like the majority, I'm just going to kind of lump you all into one, but it kind of looks like the majority, you have question marks about the Badgers athletic director hire. I'd say about 80% of you chiming in. We kind of did like an informal poll there. I'm curious to get RJ's thoughts on this topic tomorrow when we catch up with him, because his name really wasn't. At least I didn't see it anywhere. But again, to RJ's credit though too, he kind of mentioned it could be somebody that nobody's really talking about, kind of like Luke Fickell. That kind of came out of nowhere, and I think this one kind of qualifies for that at least a little bit. But I don't know. I've got mixed feelings on this one. Maybe I'll feel better or worse after we talk to RJ tomorrow. So, hey, U.S. men's soccer in action, round to 16 tonight, 7 p.m. This is the point now where I think a lot of us, maybe just casual observers, maybe just casual World Cup peeps. That's kind of where I was for the last game. Kind of following along. I know the Brewer game going on too, and that's doubling it up there. Going to be the same here for tonight. But this is when I think you start to get some more eyes, some more cheers, if you will, with where USA is at right now. Going up against Belgium, trying to win, to move on, to keep the run going, home soil. I mean, put this in perspective for me. If you are a diehard soccer fan, and you would know more about this than I would. If USA men's soccer wins today, or tonight, excuse me. If they win tonight, put it in a comparison to like how big would this be? Like, how big would this be? Because what's the furthest the United States men's soccer team has gone in the FIFA World Cup is the semifinals, third place in the inaugural tournament in 1930. Since the modern tournament expanded, their best placement was reaching quarterfinals in 2002. Is that let me see if I can bring that up. I want to double check that. Well, where is? I'm trying to do this on the fly here. Okay, United States third place in 1930. Appearances. Most recent qualification. Yeah. All right. Maybe this one. Best result, third place in 1930. Okay. Best results. Yeah. All right. Okay, just kind of put it like, how big would this be maybe for tonight's victory? I'm kind of curious. Put it in comparison to me. Like, from a football or a baseball standpoint? Third, okay. The states qualified for the at the knockouts. They faced another defeated. Okay, they were defeated in a round of 3-1 in 2022. Just kind of looking back at some of their latest appearances. So maybe I'll do that during the break coming up here, but I'll be following along, paying attention because, yeah, again, we're at that point in time. We kind of talked about at the beginning of the World Cup. Yeah, you're kind of paying attention. Yeah, you're kind of following in the background. Further it gets in, then you start to. That's where I'm at. Go USA. Go Team USA. Get that victory and move on. I'm curious if any of you, I know a few of you have chimed in saying you were going to games, but now that you've gone to some, I know there's a few of you out there. What was that like? What was the environment like? What was it like attending a World Cup event, a World Cup game? And tell me if you're like a diehard soccer fan or you're just like a casual sports fan. Because for me, and I maybe should have thought about this sooner, but yeah, I wouldn't call myself a big soccer fan, big diehard soccer fan. But I'd like to go check out a World Cup game just to say I experienced it. What's the environment like? Because you always hear that, oh man, go to a soccer game. The environment, the fans, it's crazy. It's fun. It's awesome. So I know there's a few of you. I'm curious. Give me your breakdown. What was it like? All right, let's take a quick break. We got picks to make as we wrap up this Monday morning program. Final call on anything that's in your mind. All right, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Round of 16, 2022. 2018 did not qualify. Round of 16, 2014. 2010 round of 16, 2006 group stage, 2002 quarterfinals, lost 1-0 to Germany. Okay, so 2002 is their best one? Huh? Okay. Yeah, they lost to Belgium in 2014 too. So, all right, let's take a quick break, and we'll wrap it up with some picks coming up after these quick words. All right, it's time to wrap up all this craziness, and let's make some picks, shall we? Let's start off with, well, we were just talking a little soccer, so let's start off with a little soccer. I'm going to go Team USA today. Let's go Team USA to get the victory over Belgium. 7 p.m. tonight. Come on. Let's do another one. We got Portugal versus Spain. I'm going to go Spain for the victory in that one. All right, we got a few baseball games on the docket. Not a ton. We've got the Phillies taking on the Royals. Sanchez on the mound. I'm going to go with the Phillies. Yankees versus Tampa Bay. Ooh, a good series. Cam's on the mound. Griffin Jacks is going for Tampa Bay, though. Cam on the mound. I got to go with the Yankees. Houston versus Washington. I'm going to go with the Nationals, man. Mets, Braves. Give me the Braves. Diamondbacks, Padres. Another big series to open up the month of July. I'll go Padres for this one. We got Blue Jays versus the Giants. Blue Jays. Rockies, Dodgers. Going to go Dodgers. Although Eric Lauer now pitching for the Dodgers, huh? All right. And then we've got, of course, Brewers versus Cardinals. This is such a toss-up for me. I'll go Brewers. Brewers win today, and I'm already calling it tomorrow. Brewers win tomorrow with Jacob Mizorowski on the mound, looking for a rebound game. So I think Brewers win the first, game one tomorrow, too. We got a doubleheader. So Brewers take 2 out of the first 3. They win today, they win game 1 tomorrow for sure. Lock and loaded. Signed, sealed, delivered. That's how I'm going to roll with it. So, all right, those are your picks for this morning. Got a few minutes left, so what's on the docket for tomorrow? I'll give you a little bit of a homework assignment here. Well, it is Tuesday, which means, ding, 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 Grind My Gears Tuesday. It's a Toys of Ford at Grind My Gears Tuesday, so what the heck is grinding your gears? All right? Think about it for the next 20 hours or so, or maybe something will happen tonight. But whatever it is, whatever the case may be, whatever's grinding your gears, send it on over. It is also I'm not saying, but I'm just saying Tuesday. I'm not saying the Brewers should sell the farm for Tarek Skubal, but I'm just saying they need another starting pitcher. That's an example. Okay? Send me your best. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. You can start to send those on over whenever, and I'll just save them for tomorrow. So we'll hit that up. We'll talk about hopefully a Brewers win after game 1, and then preview a doubleheader that is coming your way tomorrow for the Brew Crew. Maybe talk a little bit about U.S. men's soccer. Hopefully picking up a win. We're going to catch up with RJ Cardinal tomorrow. Anxious to get his take on the Badgers' new athletic director. So should be will be interesting to hear his take on that. What else do we got on the dockets for tomorrow too? Well, whatever else happens in the next 20 hours or so. Right? Whatever else happens too. So, yeah, got a couple more just to recap a couple more messages here. We've got more people saying Brewers need to go get a starter. This is from Eric. Eric saying Brewers definitely need to go get another starter with Brandon Woodruff essentially done. I'm not counting on him to pitch at all for the rest of the year, maybe back for a postseason game. Sam with a message also saying this really stinks for Brandon Woodruff. The guy's worked so hard to come back from his shoulder injury. It's just never been the same when he has pitched. He's looked good, but just cannot stay healthy. You feel for the guy, but the Brewers should look at adding another starter, another veteran to this starting rotation because it would be a benefit for them in the postseason. Luke with the text saying that I think the Brewers will prioritize getting a bullpen arm, and they will patch through their starters for the rest of the regular season. Then it's all hands on deck. They'll be creative when it comes to their postseason starters outside of Mizorowski and Harrison. Another texter says the Brewers can help out their pitching by getting another bats. The runners in scoring position is an issue that has plagued the Brewers at different times throughout the years. It is time this year that they address it and fix it and not allow this to be an issue for the postseason this year. Go get a bat, Matt. All right. Thanks for all of the texts this morning and comments, analysis, feedback, whatever we want to call it. Let's do it again tomorrow. All right. Let's do this again tomorrow. So think about what's grinding your gears, your Toys of Ford grinding your gears, and think about your I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Okay? Think about those and send those on over, please. Should be a good one for tomorrow for a little Grind My Gears Tuesday, I would think. I'm going to go out and pick two that I think we might get that thank you, Giannis post from the Bucks today, since the trade can officially become official. And that's going to look really weird. Not going to lie. Even though we already know it's going to happen, I just feel like it's still going to look weird. But that's just me. So, all right. Have a good rest of your day. We'll be back at it, same place, same time tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. from the TDS Sports Talk Studios. We'll chat with you then.